I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you mind doing a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilor Draco.
Here.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilor Mankey.
Here.
Councilor Nagel.
Here.
Councilor Page.
Here.
Councilor Ford.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Here.
Councilor Tiniakos.
Here.
Mayor Fitzgerald.
Here. All right, everyone here and accounted for. Move along to approval of the agenda. Any changes anybody has?
I just have a question.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Counselor Mankey.
Let me raise my hand officially. There we go. I just have a question on new business item. It's on this one. Hang on. New business item D.
Yes,
That was added when and by who?
yesterday was added to the agenda.
Okay. Not to be a stickler for rules, but it can be added to the agenda, but it should have been done by a vote here. According to the rules, the procedures we adopted, it has to be either it's brought to the leadership agenda setting meeting, which it wasn't, or
Okay.
brought to a meeting 7 days prior, so that wasn't done. So I think we should just, I agree we should have it on here. I have no problem with that. It should just be, we should have added it from the floor.
Sure. Counselor Page?
Actually, I disagree. I did bring it up in the agenda setting.
We did, we
I did.
didn't say to put it on the agenda. We said we. put it on the agenda
That
for
was my
July.
mistake
Yeah.
because I was not thinking in terms of a formal vote on some of the issues that we talked about in agenda setting.
Right.
So, yes.
We did talk about agenda, so
We did.
but we said we were gonna bring it up next meeting.
More formally, right.
More formally, right?
Right.
So,
So that's my error. I own that.
Very good, thank you. Any other?
and I have no, just to, we're clear, I have no
Okay.
objection to discussing it. I'll
Okay.
discuss anything, me.
Sure.
Just
We appreciate
how
it.
how we get about it, I think procedures and principles are important.
Very good, very good. Any other questions about the agenda? No? Entertain a motion approved? Motion. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving along to awards and proclamations. All right, we have some special proclamations and awards to give tonight. I will read the first one here. Proclamation. Whereas the town of Newington is committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of its residents, the role of law enforcement is essential in maintaining peace, order, and security within our Newington community. And whereas, with over 36 years of law enforcement experience, Thomas Daverin was appointed as interim superintendent of the Newington Police Department on October 4th, 2023. And whereas it is with deep gratitude that we bid farewell to interim superintendent Thomas Daverin, who has served our Newington Police Department for almost 6 months. And whereas throughout his tenure, he has demonstrated unwavering dedication, leadership, and commitment to upholding the highest standards of law enforcement excellence. And whereas Superintendent Thomas Daverin has been the heart of the administration and pillar of strength, guiding our Newington Police Department with integrity and compassion, earning the respect and admiration of colleagues, police officers, and community members. And now therefore be it resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby recognizes and extends its sincere appreciation to Thomas Daverin for his outstanding service to our Newington Police Department. We commend him for his professionalism and unwavering commitment to upholding the values of the Newington Police Department. As Superintendent Thomas Daverin embarks on his next chapter, may he be blessed with continued success and happiness in all endeavors. Thank you for leaving an indelible mark on our department. Dated in Newington, Connecticut, this 14th day of May, 2024.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from councilors? Councilor Draco.
Yeah, Mr. Deverin, as an interim chief, you stepped into a very difficult role. Knowing that it's temporary and you really didn't even have a smooth transition, period. You stepped into an unsettled situation, had to establish your authority, had to command respect for the position as a temporary, in a temporary position. You had to reassure staff that things were going to continue to operate as they should. And you had to make certain that the operations continued very seamlessly. And from all accounts that we heard and what we've seen, you did that and you left the department actually in a better place than when you entered. And I think it's very evident by the the turnout here that came to honor you. So we want to thank you and you look forward to your continued successes and wherever it takes you. Thank you.
Councilor Mackey.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Councilman Draco said. I think that the mark of a man is always if you leave something better than you found it. And I think in this case, in the 6 months you're with us, you left something better than you found it. Obviously with the officers and standing behind you or on side of you, attest to that. I think you've done an amazing job stepping in to fill a vacancy and to reassure both your staff, your officers, and the town that things are gonna go on as normal. So I appreciate your efforts and I wish you best of luck in your next endeavor.
Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sir. I just want to thank you very much. You came to us with tremendous wisdom and experience and knowledge and much respect from everyone that we spoke to. And you demonstrated that here. And again, as evident by the fine men and women behind you offering their support. And we thank you so much. And we wish you nothing but the best. Thank you, sir.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, I just want to add my congratulations for the many, many years in law enforcement and the successes that you have had. And thank you for stepping in to Newington and really hit the ground running and have done such an excellent job. And you have really helped this town to move forward and in a difficult period of time. So we thank you so much and wish you all the best as you move forward.
Councilor Nagel.
I'd like to also thank you for what you've done during this interim process. I've heard nothing but good things from department members as well as from the public. You definitely were the right man at the right time. And we were fortunate to have found you. We're fortunate that you've taken on the role and have performed in an exemplary fashion. And I wish you the best in the future. Thank you.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm having some tech issues, so thank you, John. Mayor, I just want to echo a lot of what's already been said, which is that you entered our community in this role at a very volatile time. And you didn't have the easiest of jobs ahead of you by any means. And your role to settle the ship, to demonstrate professionalism and dedication and put our department on track and again, settle that ship and calm it, earned you the respect of all those here in the room and far beyond it. And we've welcomed you into our community because you have done such an immense and incredible job of leading our department in the interim. So we thank you for it. We appreciate all the work that you've done. And again, you've made marks on so many communities, but we're lucky that we've been touched by your hand even for just a short time. So thank you for all that you've done. I want to offer my sincerest thank you. I know I don't want to repeat what everyone else has said, but it's being said for a reason. I mean, you stepped in at a time when we absolutely needed your help, and the job you've done has been tremendous. You know, you were here for a short time. As a testament to that, it's clear with all the show of support tonight that you made an incredible impact on our community and one that will last. And we're really, really, truly grateful for that. And I wish you nothing but the best in the future. Hopefully you get some time to rest and play some golf or something. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything you've done for our town. We really are truly grateful. So we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, sir.
I'll get a picture.
If you'd like to say a few words.
Sorry.
We'd love to hear from you. Sure. If you'd like to, yeah, briefly.
Well, thank you for the kind words, but I was very fortunate here. I was only here less than 2 or 3 days when I realized that there was an extraordinarily professional cadre of police officers here. So while you gave me a lot of credit, I will tell you that it was easier than it was.
Thank you.
But I was very fortunate. good folks, and I know that's going to continue. The culture is there, and right time for the right reason. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If anybody from the public would like to come up and speak in support of Thomas Tavern, we would welcome you to come up now. Seeing none. All right. Congratulations. All right, move along now. We do have one other proclamation. I want to point out that this is a proclamation we intended to do at the meeting for the 23rd, but we canceled it. So this is a retroactive proclamation. Proclamation. Whereas there are thousands of pet partners therapy animal teams serving in communities across the United States, and whereas Pet Partners has designated April 30th as National Therapy Animal Day, and whereas scientific research shows that interacting with therapy animals can reduce stress, relieve depression, slow heart rate, lower blood pressure, and strengthen the immune system, and whereas therapy animal teams in the town of Newington play an essential role in improving human health and well-being through the human-animal bond, and whereas therapy animal teams interact with a variety of people in our community, including veterans, seniors, patients, students, and those approaching end of life. And whereas these exceptional therapy animals who partner with their human companions bring comfort and healing to those in need. And whereas we encourage more pet owners to consider becoming Pet Partners volunteers to help our community by creating greater access to meaningful therapy animal visits. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby proclaims April 30th, 2024 as National Therapy Animal Day in the town of Newington and encourage our citizens to celebrate our therapy animals and their human handlers. Further, we publicly salute the service of therapy animal teams in our community and in communities across the nation. Dated in Newington, Connecticut, this 14th day of May, 2024.
Second.
All right, motion and a second by Deputy Mayor Arata. Any discussion? Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a pleasure to have this proclamation. I appreciate Ellen, who hopefully will say a few words, who brought this to our attention. But also, we know, and we've talked about this at this table before, we have some important animals that provide therapeutic benefit from our police officers and from our school system, among, I'm sure, others that I don't know about, that provide support and care to those who are going through stressful situations or under duress, our students, our citizens, folks in times of crisis and so forth. And as the proclamation stated by the mayor, the therapeutic benefits are enormous. And I have 2 dogs. I love my pups, and they're giving me therapy every day, and I don't have a copay. And so the other expenses are there, but that's all right. They're worth it. So I just wanted to say congratulations to Ruby and all those pups out there who provide service to us. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Mankey.
I just would echo those comments. I think it's therapy dogs or any kind of therapy is important for our community. And it's an important way for us to interact with people who are in need. I questions Ruby's though. I got his card here and I question his choice of eating radishes. Because I don't like to eat radishes. But now that I know there's someone that will eat radishes, I will save my radishes for Ruby. I like broccoli and carrots, but radishes I'm not so keen. So again, congratulations and thank you for all you do.
Councilor Draco.
Yeah, I know people develop such a close bond with their pets, but in this particular, the pet therapy concept, you're willing to share your pet, your baby, with other people who are really in need. And that to me is a testament to the pet owners as well as the therapy that the pets provide. So thank you for developing and nurturing and creating some solace and comfort for people who are in need. So thank you.
Thank Thank you, Councilor Draper. Deputy Mayor Rada.
I am deferring to my.
Oh, thank you.
Counselor to the
again,
right.
Sorry, good proxy. I don't mind a radish or two. I think they're not too bad. I share that with Ruby. I think they're pretty good.
Well, maybe in a salad.
A salad, okay.
As a
We'll talk.
We'll
We'll
talk
do
about
that.
radishes.
I'll get you some recipes. No, I just want to echo what's already been said and commend you because I think what you do and what Ruby does, and I can't help but lift my shoulders and I love dogs so much, is a testament to the kind of helping hand and community-oriented support that we so desperately need, that level of selflessness to find what you have and what you enjoy and what you benefit from that you can give to others, that you can share with others who can also render some benefit of their own. And I think in these, challenging, difficult times, that's exactly the kind of creative thinking that we need. And so I just commend you so much for all that you do and all the little adventures that you brought Ruby on to support folks that may need her most. So thank you so much. Councilor Nagel.
I'd like to add my appreciation for Ruby and for all therapy dogs. I've experienced firsthand therapy dogs with my parents in nursing homes and also in other situations. And being a dog lover myself, you can always bring Ruby here. I know we've joked at times about we may all need a therapy dog during council sessions. So thank you once again for all you do. And we hope you and others will keep providing therapy dogs for people because they're really appreciated. And I think really a vital part of keeping everybody on keel and being able to calmly exist within our environment. Dogs are our best friend.
Thank you, Councilor. I wish to echo what has already been stated, and thank you so much for being here tonight, and so psyched to get to meet Ruby. And I feel the same way about radishes as Councilor Menke, but I'm glad that Ruby likes it.
I would have mentioned you want to add approval.
Of course, the vote. So we have a motion on the table and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, congratulations.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Nice.
Ruby is,
She could speak.
following in the footprints of Rhodey, because the dog site in Milton before. She was my first dog, and she became a therapy dog. So,
Sure.
sure. So. Only 8.5 pounds.
She's okay.
But she's following in the paw prints of Rhodey, who has the dog fountain. I'd just like to say that Pet Partners accepts 9 species of animals as therapy animals. So it's not just therapy dogs. They have therapy cats, therapy bunnies, birds, miniature horses, llamas and alpacas, pigs, miniature pigs. So if you have a cat that is willing to sit and be petted, which doesn't necessarily happen. But Ruby and I have been to a lot of different places in Newington and other towns around. And Ruby recently became a animal-assisted crisis relief dog. So
Wow.
we've been to 2 crisis call-outs, but not in Newington. So I would be more than happy to do this kind of stuff for Newington too. That's it.
Thank you very much.
If anyone else from the public would like to speak about this proclamation, feel free to come up now. All right, we'll move right along then. Oh, that's coming, for Ruby? Oh, yeah, come on up.
So I would like to congratulate her. I'm working as a special ed para in Rocky Hill School, and we do have a therapy dog coming in for those special kids. They are reading with them, and it's a good experience, and kids are enjoying it. So I would like to congratulate her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll move along now to item 5, presentations. I believe we have an update tonight from our IT department. And we are joined today by Mr. Scott Sarlo. Come on up, sir. Thanks for being here.
Yes.
Good
Good
evening.
evening. Thanks for being here.
Laptop here. So thank you for having me. My name is Scott Charlo. I started my IT career working for the city of New York for the Bureau of Water Supply, and then moved to Newtown, and then to Bloomfield. And now I'm here. I've been here since August of 2022. Some of you I met, I think, when I initially was hired, but it's been a while, so it's nice to be able to be here today. Let me just get my presentation going. I'm a huge fan of PowerPoints, but this is where we're at, right? So there we go. So really, honestly, doing this job for 20 plus years, and no day is the same. Every day is interesting. I can be in a police car, a fire truck, or learning about line painting robots for the Parks and Rec department. You know, it's enjoyable. But just, our department, let's get this going here. There we go. Our mission statement, obviously we provide leadership, policy, guidance, and assistance with technology in all our departments. And obviously we're doing it with a focus on a secure and robust and efficient communication system. I think all of you have laptops, you've probably interacted with my staff, you know that they are very professional, and that's one of our tenets. And our team principles that we share, obviously, are honesty, communication, teamwork, respect, innovation, and accountability. That's what we all strive to do. And obviously you have Scott here. This is just our org chart. So it's me and John Bolduck, Steve Bullock, and Scott Hoagland. And we all have our specific roles. You can see a lot of our core functions. And it's pretty hard to see on the screen there, but I can share the slide deck obviously later on.
Thank you.
The middle is really our org chart. So our charge is we provide technical service for users, departments, and we maintain remote sites. We provide direction, strategies, and effective tools to anticipate the business and information needs of the town of Newington. And we do that providing leadership to the town for any departments and initiatives. We look to be innovative and provide support for all of our departments. So some of the core services we provide: network, desktop, applications, wireless. I'm sure you all have IT departments in your place of work, or maybe you have someone you call on a weekend when you need help. But we also do wireless, online present, telephone systems, mobile devices, do the audio and video solutions like in this room, project management, video conferencing, help desk support. And one of the other things we do is geographic information systems, or the mapping systems. We actually just went live with an online portal. I don't know if you've had a chance to see that. Remote access solutions for folks, like obviously VPN or even just mobile devices. And then we support Emergency Operations Center. And one of the big things we do is we do provide, sometimes I don't like to publicize this, but 24/7, 365 support in one way or another. So this is kind of the makeup of what you probably already know between the makeup of the town, but these are all the different departments that we support and the approximate number of users in each department. So maybe again, you'll have the slide deck. I don't have to go through them all, but it's kind of our core defense. And this is maybe, didn't realize it was going to come in like that. So obviously I didn't want to click 100 times, but these are kind of our fixed sites. Some of these you may not necessarily be aware of because it's kind of behind the scenes. Obviously, be here in the town campus, we have town hall, the library, police, senior and disabled center, and the facilities workshop. They're all considered to me as a town campus because we're all connected by fiber. So like even the senior disabled center across the street, we actually go overhead on the poles. We recently brought in the facilities workshop and the transportation garage. We partnered with the Board of Ed. So that is the town campus, so to speak. Milk Lane is the highway department. People generally know it as, but we also have the police department training room and the fire tower and the police shooting range there. There's not a lot of IT componentry there, but it is part of that whole campus. Then we have the fire departments. We connect them all with firewalls. So we basically have a network between them. And then the parks and grounds recreation, we have the annex to cemetery and all the parks and fields, and obviously all the events that we have at those we support. So then that brings me to our mobile sites. So again, police cars and everything that goes in them. There's obviously a lot of technology in the police car. Our 911 public answering points, records management, school resource officers. Now we have MDTs with our SROs so that they're able to connect back into and do their reporting directly from the schools. In-car body worn video. We have a traffic sign shop that we recently just had to replace the PC in today. And then GS integration into their dispatch solution, which is obviously a big component. Fire department, we recently deployed MDTs in all of the fire apparatus, and for the chief's vehicles, we're still working on some kinks on power management. And their fire application, they have a new Red MX application. And again, automatic vehicle location. If you don't know what that is, it's really taking your GPS feed, sending it back up to dispatch or a central place so you can see the little fire trucks and police cars going around on the map. And there's obviously important implications to that, but that's kind of bringing it down. So the highway department, we have traffic controls, fuel controls, vehicle maintenance, and the transfer station, parks and ground and recreation, again, parks and recs and programs, the pools and field maintenance, our line painting robot. And mobile and field devices, polling locations and town council laptops. That's really kind of town operations, right? You guys have your laptops. So this is just another slide showing all the different endpoints. I'm not going to go through them one by one. Hopefully you're all aware. I mean, one thing I will highlight is we do have a lot of different devices that we support. And, I joke a lot with the guys in our office that it's really come down to anything with a plug now. And, we get called for everything. I haven't got any calls for toasters yet, but still waiting.
Make a note of that.
Yeah, there you go. Right? So obviously some of our big core pieces of what we work on, the firewalls, the switching and the servers, that's throughout our environment. And really some of our core security pieces are with our firewalls. It's the edge of our network security. So this is just some of those components. And then we have a virtualized infrastructure that's going to be kind of more up on as one of our major projects moving forward. So these are projects we completed in the past year. Again, it's kind of probably hard to see remotely, but I will provide this. Again, we did our MDT configuration. One of the big things we're working on was a council initiative to have the police traffic cameras. We're still working on that with the police department. We deployed a ton of computers out in the environment that were purchased before I got here, and that was a really big project. We're still working on our mobile radio conversion to the state network. It's a really big project that you guys are aware of. And then the portal I mentioned in our line paint and robot. Just a little slice of what we've done this past year. These are some of the upcoming projects. One of the ones I'd like to highlight is we are looking to do some campus upgrades at the Milk Lane or the highway campus. Those will be going very soon. We actually have quotes and that'll be actionable within the next few weeks, I'd say. And one of our larger projects is really looking at dark fiber for all of our departments and really utilizing some of the ARPA funds that are set aside to expand that sort of core for even some of our residents. So there's large component of the town that really only have one option for broadband. So one of the core tenets of the ARPA money was broadband expansion. And so we're still trying to work through that. And it's obviously very big. We're utilizing some of the project that was done in New Britain where they chose GoNet speed. Right now, one of the big things, we always talk about underserved locations in towns. We don't necessarily meet that sort of demographic, but what we do have is a lot of underground utilities. And the problem with underground utilities is they're not shared. It's not open access. If Frontier or I don't want to pick on Frontier. So if a vendor is in, I already did, didn't I? If a vendor's in a conduit, generally they don't have to let someone else in it. So if there's only one conduit in a street and it's underground, it's very difficult for the next person to come in. So we're looking at ways to potentially offset some of those costs and encourage market conditions in some of these neighborhoods. So it's underserved in a different way. And again, there's a bunch of projects here. We can discuss them. If you have questions, maybe at the end, I don't want to belabor it, but just to kind of highlight a few there. So some of our challenges ahead, I mentioned our hyper-converged infrastructure, which again, I don't know if you guys, I can explain it if you want, but one of the things Broadcom recently purchased VMware, and that's a big thing. It probably doesn't sound like much, but that means Broadcom is a network vendor. They're really looking, the pricing has gone up on VMware. Some of the hardware requirements if Broadcom has a relationship with a certain vendor, they're obviously preferring that. And so there's a bit of uncertainty about where we'll be going in the future, but it's something to kind of highlight. The other big thing that just recently happened in the past few weeks is our phone system vendor, NEC, who has about 20% of the market share for on-premise systems, is getting out of the business. So that'll be something we will have to be looking at and something to be discussing moving forward. And obviously we have our auditing requirements and we are under that criminal justice information system GIRE, so that kind of governs a lot of what we do. So that was the presentation of the IT department. I don't know if you have any questions. I'm happy to take them.
Councilor Page.
Thank you very much for being here tonight. And it reminds me, I take for granted what you and all the staff do. I log into my computer, I check my email, and I show up here and all the stuff works, and go to the other departments from time to time on occasion, and all that stuff works. And then when you see everything listed and you very briefly just describe even a fraction of it, it really gives me a great appreciation of all the hard work you and all your staff do. So thank you very much. And it really keeps us all operational. And if without it, we'd be back in the Stone Age, I guess. Couple questions. If you could just explain, like I'm 5 years old, what dark fiber is, and
Sure.
and then also if you could just speak to, you mentioned security in this day and age with all the crazy stuff going on in the world. If you could just speak briefly to security systems, redundant systems, and phishing prevention and other ways that people scam and jump in and try to get into our system and blow it up, or a ransomware attack. So, yeah.
Okay, that's let me
Briefly.
break it down.
Sorry.
Briefly. So first, thank you. Obviously, if we do our job, you guys don't even know who we are, right? So the idea is really go there. But so dark fiber essentially is when you lay fiber between two sites, right? It's not lit. So we're going to light that fiber ourselves with our own transceivers and our own switches. So essentially, it's ours. But generally, with people speaking in the industry, especially around here, is especially towns, is we lease that fiber. The idea being, and then you can do a long-term lease. The fiber usually lasts 30 to 50 years. So you can do a 20-year lease and get really good terms, and you probably end up paying less than folks pay for what they have at their home. That is maybe contrasted with, different vendors have different speak, but they call it PON networks, or Frontier has XPON and GoNet Speed has GPON. So now I can talk maybe specific now. Those are managed networks in the sense that you have a connection into a bunch of other folks. So it's very similar to like even Cox, right? So that would be a managed connection. It's a totally separate network versus if I have dedicated fiber, I get low latency. I can do whatever I want with it. I can put 10 gig connections up so I can go crazy with it, right? But it basically supports everything. I want to put cameras on it. You know, I don't have to worry about bandwidth. I don't have to worry about, you know, any other network congestion. So there's a real difference between the two.
Okay.
And
Understand any of that? A couple of them.
sorry, I'm trying. It's good.
I'm
But
just
essentially, the dark fiber is far superior in a lot of ways. And so that's what you strive for. And in some cases you can't. There's other considerations, but that's, you know, what you'd like. And your second question about network security, I try to stay away from like vendors, like speaking publicly in vendors, because it is part of our footprint. But what I'll say is that we, in the past, and before I was here, there's been a heavy investment in the network security. Our firewalls are really nice and do a great job. We have reporting, we log everything here. And all the things that you want are here already. It's a question of maintenance and keeping them maintained. And again, under that CGIS guys, or really that criminal justice information system, are essentially trying to keep everything secure. We maintain and move forward. One of the things we did have is there's a lot of tools now through the federal government to help us be secure. One of them is through CISA, Center for Information Security. I'm not sure about the acronym, but it's through the Department of Homeland Security. We recently got an audit performed by them. They came in, it was free. It also incorporated some physical security pieces, which goes back to that security component. Security I was talking about up at the highway garage is not just network security, but it's also cameras, it's access control. I mean, you have the badges here, you see the blinking lights. That's all part of your security footprint. We work closely with the facilities department on these pieces and really the other departments, the police department, to look at like security assessments. There was just a security assessment done at the Senior and Disabled Center. So we work closely together. And I hope I answered other pieces.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
That part I understood.
Yep. Thank you.
Counselor Floyd.
Oh, me. Oh, geez. Hello. I will just echo a lot of what Counselor Page has said, that, you know, when I was first starting here back in whenever we started this crazy thing, I called your office so many times because I didn't know left from right, and your assistance was indispensable. So, and I know that I'm not in the least bit the only person who calls your office and asks very dumb questions. So thank you for that. I'll start with that. I did have a couple questions myself. First, as it relates to the traffic cameras, I'm wondering, you spoke a little bit to this, if you could just talk about a little bit where your department is in that process, what your role is in that process, and where you are in your role in that process. I'll start with that question. I'll hold off on the others.
So we, as an IT department, are enablers, right? So a project that comes in, we dissect it, look at it, and see where we can be assist in the department. And one of the things with the police department traffic camera, initially, it was provisioned to use cellular connections at the poles. And we reviewed that, and kind of knowing the history of that, it's problematic. And we actually had another town call us up and say, hey, you know, we're using cellular. We have to go up and climb the poles and reset the cell modem. So we kind of reconnoitered that. And so now we actually entered in a contract with GoNetspeed to provide a managed fiber connection out to those traffic cameras. We can also utilize that connection for other purposes. But that being said, this is what we're using it for now. Right now, we are live on 3 sites. There's actually 2 cellular based cameras that are movable that are also live. I will say that it has been challenging in ways to get everything to work together. We also had some trouble with and this is all, I guess I'm learning too with this, is when the cold freeze thaw, cameras tend to shimmy and move. So there's been some repointing. But we're working very closely with the police department, and in a sense, they're the end user. And so it's operational. There's still some work to be done. We ran into some headwinds with Eversource allowing some of our equipment. They initially gave us approval, and then they decided that to change their rules. So there are some headwinds there. I don't want to air too much there, but we're working through it.
Great. Thank you for that. And then just the other question I had was around broadband expansion. You spoke to a little bit around us not fitting necessarily some of those underserved demographics. Can you speak to what areas of our town will, I mean, obviously there are, I assume, large swaths of the town that lack access to broadband, but where in that rollout plan or that timeline do specific neighborhoods fall? Can folks access that? Is that kind of in progress, just generally?
This is a good question. What I can tell you is we've mapped out the areas of town that have underground. They're not just residences. There's obviously commercial piece to this. And obviously those folks in those commercial businesses would benefit as well. If this works right, we will be merging the two together, the dark fiber and this, and that was really what I'm trying to bring to the table with Town Manager Trevathan, is really to look at, we had this money set aside for dark fiber. We have this money set aside for broadband adoption. I was trying to put them together, and that's, I'm not going to say I have a actionable plan right here to present to you, but it's one of our initiatives, and I hope to, and I have been working on it. And so I think I'd be happy to discuss with you the particulars.
Great.
But I'm not going to pretend it's ready to go right now. But we've been working on it, and I think we have made some really real progress. And I think it's something that we will be able to work on.
Great. Thank you for that. And thank you for all that you do.
Councilor Maggie.
First, I'd like to apologize for all the times I've come to your office saying my computer doesn't work. Must be something wrong with the computer, when really it's something wrong with the way I'm hitting the keys, or I didn't do my password, or didn't update something. So I apologize for all those times I've come and yelled at the computer. I really wasn't the computer's fault. I just would wonder, what in the next 5 years, what do you see the biggest challenge for your department in the town of Newington?
You know, that's something I think about a lot, just challenges in general. It's also a hard one to say I think, like I'm in a job interview.
We won't hold you to it. You can change your answer.
So I would say probably one of our biggest challenges is, I'll say one of my biggest fears first, all right?
Okay.
Because I think that's probably kind of ties into it. I really think that and I feel like I have some experience in this, that the staff here are really exceptional. And so one of my biggest fears is that we would lose one of our staff members for whatever reason. I think you would be hard pressed to find a better IT staff than the team that's been assembled here. And I take no credit because they were all here when I got here. But so I'd say that's one of my biggest fears and potential challenges in the future. And I'll say one of the problems with it is that we have staff members that have really stepped up and really do their job very well, but we don't have that reciprocity within. So I would say there's an opportunity in my department where we have open positions, and I'd like to backfill those positions. Something we've worked on. I'd probably be coming back to you guys to talk about some of the job descriptions, because they're really kind of old.
Old, yeah.
Makes sense. So I would say it's not really the biggest, it's not a technical issue, but it's more of an administrative one, that if we lose one of these staff members, how do we fill those shoes, so to speak?
Thank you.
Councilor Jago.
Yeah, first of all, talking about staff, I mean, Scott, John, and Steve are just terrific. I never walk I mean, I walk in there feeling stupid. I walk out of there feeling a little bit more informed. And maybe, you know, behind my back, they talk, but they never make me feel like an idiot. They're very,
Not in front of you. anyway.
for, you know, IT oriented questions and problems, they don't make you feel, uncomfortable when you're asking them questions. So they really have that good customer relations as well. My question, or I'm just curious, is how does your department interact, or do you with the Board of Ed in terms of sharing resources, making sure systems may be compatible for maybe future integration, purchasing, whatever? Is there any integration? Is there any meetings, or is it pretty much?
We do work. So I've come from towns where we work more with the board of, I actually, in my job in Newtown, I worked for the Board of Ed first, even though I was a town employee. So I've seen it where it can work, where you work more closely. In fact, we shared office space and we shared equipment. That being said, they are very two distinct, even though I know it's technology in the back end, and I know it's very easy to consider it like that, but there are very distinct capabilities between the two, the Board of Ed and the town. That said, since I've been here, we have worked on some projects. One of them I alluded to, the transportation garage. When we brought fiber, we worked with the Board of Ed. We brought fiber to the transportation as well. So we don't really operate completely independently. But that being said, there's definitely areas where we could work more closely together. And
How
I'd
would that
happy
be
to do that.
initiated? How would that be initiated, those opportunities?
Well, we
Through the
talk
town
very
manager?
closely with the IT, you know, Craig Holland, you know, we work with them. This room has actually fostered it, you know, that's the Helen Nelson room behind you. Really, our equipment is integrated. So we do look for opportunities when they arise.
Thank you.
Counselor Gonzalez.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you guys very much for all that you do. When I first got my computer, I wasn't sure what to do. And I went up and saw Scott in the office, and as Counselor Berdacra said, he never made me feel stupid. He helped me and everything went well. And I guess I didn't realize how much you guys really, really do. It's amazing. So thank you for everything that you guys do.
Counselor Tiniakis.
Yeah, I think I was in your office maybe like a couple weeks ago, for a really simple problem. So I just want to say thank you. Like your presentation shows, like the whole town relies on having some sort of connection. And the second that connection doesn't work, they call you. So I can definitely see how it could be like a thankless job, but it's definitely probably one of the more important things that we have going on in this in the town. So I just want to say thank you again for all the work that you guys do.
Counselor Nagel.
Thank you, Mayor. Basically, I got online to ask questions and people have asked them already, so I kept on putting things down. So I want to start, as others have, by saying that we really do appreciate what you do. Those of us that just come in, here's the computer, what did I do? What button? Scott knows quite well about that with me. I have learned over time, and even tonight, something was wrong. I don't know whether it's my fault or whatever, and things were quickly taken care of on a consistent basis. I think we all appreciate, especially those of us that are on the last council, the update of these computers, laptops that are in front of us. They're infinitely better than what we had before. And we're really proud of what the IT department has done and what you have done since you have taken over and tried to handle many things. The depth of services, even at this point, I was not aware of that you just explained tonight. There are many detailed questions I could ask because I don't know, and we only have so many hours that we can stay awake here. So I may chat with you another time about those things. In terms of vacant positions, is there any way we can help to get those, or is this just a call out? Is there a certain criteria, or is that too vague a question to ask?
I will I'll give an anecdote. We went out, we posted one of our positions and we got 3 applicants. And none of them were qualified. And that's where we went back and said, well, we should take a look at the job descriptions. And that's where it is right now. As far as support, I think we have your support and I appreciate it. I think it's on us to really execute that. There could be, and like I was mentioning with answering the question about the 5-year plan, I really want to get someone in there that can help on day one, but also is willing to learn and really be able to step into some of these roles where we have cross training and we can really not be in a bad state if one of the 3 leave.
I know you've talked about with other questions people have had concerning the police, the fire department, the tower connections. Is there anything you can tell us about how that has moved along? Or what your input is with that?
The highway department?
Yeah.
So I can tell you that we've met with several vendors, we've done site walks. One of the challenges, which is again a positive, is conduit was put in years ago. So we had to make sure that all that conduit is available and accessible. So we've done site walks, we've done analysis, we've looked at camera positioning. So the reality is it's been a culmination of a lot of work with the facilities department and coordination with the police department and highway department. I think I got a quote just yesterday that I think really is a culmination of all that put into one and has all the different bits and pieces. So I think it's probably an example of how when you work together with different departments, how it may take a little bit longer, but you have a plan that actually works and there's not going to be any hiccups or unforeseen problems.
One other thing I want to ask that's more specific, the relationship in terms of your department and NCTV and feeds coming to this meeting and whatever. What is the status of that and how is that held from your perspective of your department?
I mean, I'm happy to talk to you offline about it. Honestly, I haven't had a lot of interaction with NCTV since I've been here. I've sent emails and we've had some communications, but there really hasn't been, we've been providing the video support. So I haven't had a lot of.
It's just an open question and I've off and on, I've been a supporter and a member of NCTV and no one had said anything in quite a while. So you're here and there's the opportunity to ask. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all you do and what your staff does. And I'll be talking, I'm sure, to one of you once again about something. What did I do that went wrong on my computer? Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, I'll keep this short because a lot of other folks have spoken, but just to thank you and the entire IT staff for everything that you do. We take a lot for granted until we don't have it, it doesn't work. And then you get the frantic phone calls or we open up our laptop for a meeting. It doesn't work. Well, it's not the laptop probably that doesn't work. Could be human error. But, as other folks have said, you're always very gracious and extremely helpful. And this presentation really opened my eyes to just the breadth and the depth of everything that IT does. So thank you. Don't stop. Find those extra staff folks. And thank you very much for everything you do.
Thank you so much for coming here tonight. I think, for me, it was very, very clear, your level of commitment and dedication to this when Ruby was about 4 inches from your laptop up here and the look of concern on your face. It's clear that you are dedicated to this. But thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Thanks for coming here tonight. You guys are great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move along in the agenda. We are up to public participation in general. We're allowed 4 minutes. If you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand function in your Zoom window. If not, please feel free to come up at any point whenever you're ready. Come on up. Yeah, just have you state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Kevin Vanderveer. I live at 28 Hemlock Street, and I have some visual aids here for you.
Sure.
Thank you. And I'm here this evening to bring to your attention and ask for your assistance with an emerging drainage issue, maybe say a deteriorating drainage issue in my neighborhood. And so I live up between Maple Hill Avenue and the golf course, and there's a series of tree streets through there. And through an offhand conversation with a neighbor, I learned about how the drainage network is set up and did some investigating. And it seems that there's catch basins in each of the streets, and those connect into pipes that run across residential yards that also have yard drains that tie into it, and they ultimately discharge out on the other side of Spruce Street into a wetland. And the issue is apparently nobody is maintaining that, and it hasn't been maintained since that neighborhood went in. So the catch basins may be getting cleaned out, but there's nothing happening with the drains in between. And in speaking with the neighbors, I know there's been some issues at 35 Hemlock Street, which is kind of diagonally across the street from us. They've had water come up to their foundation. The drain in their backyard drains really slow, and I saw a spot where it's sunken in. It looks like this may be collapsing in places. If you follow the drain line back, you can see that between Evergreen and Standard, there's a break, and water from the street on Standard Street dumps down into the yard at 15 Evergreen Street. There's a catch basin, or not a catch basin, there's a drain that pops out there. And then all the rest of it is a connected system. And then trying to figure out a private approach to this, I realized that I can't see a solution, because it relies on everybody caring about the person that's upstream from them and working on multiple people's yards. And it ties into town drains, which drain the streets. So there's multiple interests involved. And I'm sure you've noticed with the weather and climate these days, we don't get just rain over a day. We get 2 days worth of rain in a couple of hours. So this is really manifesting. And even the folks at 40 Evergreen have started to see ponding in the corner of their yard. They're just behind 35, and it's near that drain there. So in talking with the engineering department, they said it might be something I needed to bring to the council's attention to see if there's something we can do before it becomes a more serious problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was your first and last name?
Kevin Vanderveer.
Thank you, Kevin, so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Come on up. Yeah, you come on up.
I also got for council here. Didn't make enough copies though, so.
We can share.
No,
Thanks
go
for-
for it, shit.
I also don't. Reference well, pass this halfway down. And same issue, and Kevin here, so I'm also in that neighborhood.
Can you state your name and
Yep,
address
yep.
for the record? Appreciate that.
Yep, so my name's Chris Stoneburner. I'm from 15 Evergreen Road. So Kevin kind of overviewed the high level issue with the drainage system that actually has been impacting my yard as well. So I'm a new homeowner, so I moved into that residence about 5 months ago. As any new homeowner with a honey-do list, right? There's a lot to do. So the backyard is on the list. So started digging that up. Obviously noticed a large amount of flooding. If you see on second to last page is not even the worst of the storms, where there's the whole backyard engulfed with water. So dug up the back where I saw the water coming out, found a drain that should be basically a hole, an outlet for a drain, 2-inch pipe or 2-foot diameter concrete pipe. You know, pretty evident that it's a town pipe. So went to the town, been working with Chris Zivido as well. He's came out and determined that there were some easements made back in 1920 that weren't, I guess, done correctly by the town. So the town made, essentially seeing it as now the pipe's not really the town's, the catch basins are. Which, I mean, any reasonable person will see, you know, the pipes are connected to the catch basins. Right, and they're dumping out through the pipes. So without the pipes, there's really no need for the catch basins. But in the first plot line, you could see the pipe layout where it actually comes off a standard street. So there's two bases on standard that feed directly into my backyard. During a rainstorm, it actually looks like someone's holding a water hose underneath the corner of the backyard. You can see that much water pressure coming out, which, you know, it's resulted in some soil erosion as well as comes up to the foundation at times. And especially with two dogs and a girlfriend out back, you know, there's mosquitoes, insects, bacteria, viruses, and so forth with the standing water. So like Kevin, want to bring this awareness to the county here. Hopefully we can get some eyes, ears, and, you know, potentially some type of resolution or action plan in place to get the ball rolling. I know I'm probably one of the more impacted folks because I do, you know, experience a flooded backyard when it does rain. But here to kind of assist, do as much as is needed by the town to help them kind of determine where we are now is they're still researching, pulling records and so forth. So I can't really do much in my backyard in terms of getting it all ready for the summer and so forth. And I'm actually bringing in dirt and everything, and I can't really do much until that's dealt with or addressed. So yeah, really just looking for some assistance from the town and see if we can get, you know, something on the agenda or just, you know, awareness around this and get the ball rolling.
Thank you very much.
I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Can we keep this? Or do you know?
I left one copy.
Okay, yep, we can get-
Copies.
We
Yeah.
give a copy to Jamie and have her make copies for us
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, I think.
Perfect.
I think so right now.
No, thank you.
Thank you. We do have a couple.
Here,
folks.
Mr. Mayor.
Should we see that?
Yeah, we'll get a copy and have Jamie, just when I show up, she got her copy.
There you go. There's this one right here.
I'm sorry, Bubba, we've got someone.
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah,
Here,
we
we'll
got
pass it down. Give it to Jamie.
Just if you don't take it today, but just make copies for us all and send it out to us.
We have a couple online. Yeah, we're gonna go to, we have two online, so I'm gonna go to the first one online first. Cell phone number ending in 589. Please state your name and address for the record. You are up.
Hello, good evening, Scott Kraskowski, 46 Miami Avenue. I'm calling about the OFI property that we're going to be speaking about tonight. Before I get into that, though, I want to commend Scott on the job he's doing. He does a great job with the IT department there. I work in IT myself, and I know that the cost of IT is going to be going up. You mentioned the VMware, which is virtual servers. I run VMware myself. My bill this year for my VMware servers went up from $14,000 to just below $100,000. So be prepared next year for a big increase for that piece of the puzzle because it's an important piece, but it's an expensive piece. Anyway, speaking back to the OFI property, I'm right now, without seeing a presentation, I'm against the idea because we don't know the cost. There's a number of $1.8 million that has been posted, but it doesn't say what that includes or what the plan involves. There's mention of construction. Does that mean they're tearing down the building? Does that mean they're remodeling the building? What are they putting in the building? I talked to a lot of emergency people, as you guys know, and that building is way larger than anybody has in state for emergency management type stuff. So, you know, I know that town hall has a lot of problems already, but there not being enough room. I'd like to see other departments go there. I'd be fully on board with it if the Human Services Department was moved over there. They need the room. They have problems still with the cooling and keeping stuff cold and frozen. The building was not made properly to ventilate and do that kind of stuff. I would love to see Human Services over there, but we need to know what this is going to cost. So far, we're just buying a building and property for $1.8 million. What's the rest of it? What's the cost of furnishing it? What's the cost of equipment? What's the cost of operating the building? Lots of questions need to be asked, and you guys seem to be rushing this along that you want it done in 3 weeks. I don't know if we should start a petition to bring this to referendum, or if legal action needs to be brought against the town to halt this until we know some of these answers. And I had someone call me tonight and offer me money to sue the town and stop this project, and I told the person no. But people out there are upset about this, and they just want answers of what it's going to cost, and they want to make sure it's not a big hole just spending cash for something that ain't going to be used. That's it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Did you get his name?
Can you state your name one more time for us? We didn't hear it at the start.
I think it was Scott Kraskowski.
Which
We
is?
said at the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Scott Kraskowski.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, come on up for the public. Yep. All right.
Hi, Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. Let me open my little notes because my memory stinks and I need glasses. Okay, so you stole some of the things I was gonna say. But I too am concerned about the total cost of this. I also was looking through all the grant information, and it said that the grant for this was to be used on town property, the $1 million grant. So it didn't say it was to be used to buy property, but so that we can build an EOC on already owned town property. So I'm wondering where the rest of the funds are. And as Scott said, how much is this gonna be? As we know from past renovation projects and construction projects, there's always surprises. And, you know, the littlest thing blows up. So I really don't think you people need to be rushing into this at all. And I want to know why we need something like this. We've already had COVID. Our town worked perfectly fine using the resources that we have. So why build an emergency operations center when we have plenty of auditoriums and meeting rooms and everything else in which to do this? I mean, you know, you can't even say, oh, we can hand out tests for this, what's coming up next, bird flu. It's not going to work at OFI. You're still going to have to do it over at the VA. So I can't figure out why we need this. And also I see that you're going into executive session over this, and I'm not really sure that you can, because the only reason for executive session is for real estate purposes, if it's going to cause the price to rise. And everybody already knows what you're buying and how much you're paying for it, because it's out here. So I don't think you can go into executive session over this unless there's some other thing. And wow, 4 minutes is a long time. I should have read my notes better, probably had more. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one more online. We're gonna go to them and then we'll go back to in person. All right. Looks like we have Miss Lyons. Go right ahead.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. Mark this one down in history that I am number 3, only to be in after Scott Kraskowski and Dana Havens. You are one lucky group tonight because they got in what I wanted to say, and I'm even luckier because now I can concentrate on what I actually wanted to speak to tonight. I was planning on attending the ethics board meeting, but unfortunately I wasn't able to because I'm not feeling well. I am hoping that you will give some consideration to establishing a subcommittee or whatever is appropriate in order to review how the ethics board is made up and how the procedure should be going. It's been 2 months since the last meeting of the ethics board that I'm aware of, and yet on Facebook it was announced that they had reached a decision on the first complaint of the respondent being not guilty. I find it very disturbing that the board did not meet, and I know that there's confidentiality issues, but I'm also upset with the fact that the respondent can speak to the complaint, but the board cannot unless the respondent asks that they make it public. It's very disturbing to me, and I'm hoping that when they come to you and make their report that they also share their concerns, because I'm guessing that they probably have the same concerns that I do. As far as the OFI, my only question is, what's the rush? I have seen this over and over again over the last 4 years, and it's looking to me like nothing is changing. It's the same old, same old. I look forward to the presentation and will reserve any more questions that I might have for the public hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What up?
Hello, everybody. Brian Whalen, 22 Pebble Drive. As the rest of the callers and a couple of people in here talked about, you guys are going to be talking about an emergency operations center. Being in public safety for the almost 44 years in this town, we currently have an emergency operations center that's out of the police department. And I can recall that being initiated 5 times in the last 5 years, if it's gone 5 times in the last 5 years. I don't know who the committee is involved in this. I know the fire department hasn't had any input in this, and we are one of the public safety agencies. I'm just wondering if the town has looked into a regional emergency operations center. It would be a great way to save the town a lot of money if we got Newington, Weathersfield, Rocky Hill Borough and all involved. I know they have emergency management departments also. If a storm's gonna hit in Newington, most likely it's gonna hit in Weathersfield, Borough and Rocky Hill, and all the players are gonna need to be activated to mitigate the situation. What a great way to show the state of Connecticut that Newington's taking the lead and doing something regionalized. Saving a lot of money for a lot of people, and it's helping 4 towns and not just Newington. To have a regional operations center, I know they're doing this with dispatch throughout the state of Connecticut, where they have regional dispatch centers. Litchfield, they have it down in Colchester. What a great way to show the state of Connecticut that the town is taking the lead and regionalizing things. We did it with our dog warden, where we're sharing that. We did it with equipment that towns buy together to help share the cost. The Newington Fire Department was the first fire department in the state to regionalize the task force team for mutual aid calls. And after we did it, it just took off throughout the whole state. And now the whole state is on these regional task force plans. I just think this would be a great way to save the town a ton of money, get 3 other towns involved. And it would be a great benefit for the residents of the town of Newington. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, come on up.
Thank you.
My name is Shilpa Gohil, and I am 9 Beecher Lane, Rocky Hill. I'm here to represent BAPS Charities. With over 110 branches in North America, BAPS Charity is a global entity, non-profit, which emphasizes on health awareness, education services, humanitarian services, environmental protection, and community empowerment. At our Newington chapter of BAPS Charities, we have supported our local communities by holiday food drives, flu shots clinics, blood donation drive, health awareness lectures, and of course, our long-standing In the Joy of Others walk and run. So the first walk was organized back in 2002, which started in Rocky Hill, supporting the Rocky Hill Police Department at that time. In our past walks, we have supported various organizations like American Cancer Society, Susan G. Komen, Breast Cancer Awareness, and Nature Conservancy, with Newington Fire Department and Newington Police Department, local heroes. Last year, Councillor Page was able to walk with us with 350 other members of our community. This year, the walk is organized on June 2nd, 2024, from 2 p.m. onwards at Elmridge Park in Rocky Hill. The beneficiary for this year are BAPS Charities, of course, then Newington Fire Department, Newington Police Department, and we have included Rocky Hill Police Fire Department. We are proud as well as grateful for our partnership with our local heroes. They always support us. They work tirelessly to protect our communities, so we support them by doing this walk. This walk is our platform to unite the greater good and make the lasting impact. By participating, you are not only embracing a healthy lifestyle, but also joining a community of dedicated, the community which is dedicated to joy of giving others. That is our motto. As a part of an organization team, like I'm part of the organizing team, we have seen volunteer putting hundreds of hours just organizing this, fundraising, promoting the walk, and then on the day of walk, the logistics. So by doing the volunteering for this event, they have learned so many life skills, like public speaking and problem solving and time management, because we always have something last minute going on. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite you all for the walk. I know it's in Rocky Hill, but it's not a big drive. And just support us and our local heroes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello. I'm Janki Patel. I live at 104 Sterling Drive here in Newington. I am one of the people that Shilpa has taken under her wing to help organize the walkathon. It's my first year participating in the organization aspect of it. But I have been participating in walks with BAPS charities since I was maybe like 11, 12 years old. They've been going on for a long time and started off with me just being a walker with my family. And as I got older, and this was back, I grew up in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. So it's part of my childhood, and I became connected to the cause and the core values of BAPS charities. And I actually moved to Connecticut 10 years ago. I came up to UConn for my graduate degree and ended up obviously staying. And, we moved to Newington, my husband and I, 3 years ago. He was a born and raised in Berlin guy, and we love Newington, we do. And when I moved here, I knew I wanted to stay connected. So I reached out to the Newington chapter, and I made sure I was up to date with the activities that were going on and being involved in at least participating. And as some of you may have attended in the past, they were very well attended, great turnout, and a lot of community engagement. And it's really my favorite part is seeing the young children, the light in their eyes to support the local heroes. And, I would say that some of our top fundraisers are the children, because they are not afraid to get out there and spread the word about our cause. And then they get to walk in the walk with their siblings, their parents, and even their grandparents. A lot of people come out, and it's a lot of fun. And then professionally, I am in healthcare, and I truly do connect with BAPS Charities' main message of health awareness. In the past, we've hosted flu shot clinics, and during the COVID-19 epidemic, we also gave back to the community through donations of PPE. And actually, about a little over a week ago at our location, we hosted a women's health awareness lecture, which we do on a I think about quarterly or at least 3 times a year basis. And the topic for this month was depression, and it was very fitting as May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And our audience is a lot of South Asian women. And so it is a community that is deeply affected by mental health, but is too scared to come forward. And we had a licensed marriage and family therapist actually come out and talk to us about depression. And she catered it more to the South Asian population, and women who I would never imagine to come forward to share their own experiences came forward in a panel discussion, and there was a great show of support. So really, in one way or another, it is always important to be connected to a cause. And, ever since I was young, my parents got me involved with BAPS charities, and I have carried it forward. And I hope when I have kids, I will do the same thing. So therefore, along with Shilpa, I also would like to extend a humble invitation to all of you to join us, as well as the residents of Newington, whoever's listening, to join us at Elm Ridge Park on June 2nd, 2 p.m. onwards, to support BAPS charities, as well as the Newington Fire Police Department and Rocky Hill Fire Department. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Hi, Bill McCarthy, 206 Churchill Drive. Back to the Emergency Operations Center / town department use. I support it. That's the bottom line. I let everybody know in email communication today. I know that there's a lot of questions that people have about it. I think that it's an excellent opportunity for the town to grow. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cassandra Massano. I live at 79 Lantern Hill. I'm a relatively new resident of Newington. This is my first time here at the council meeting, so thank you for having me.
Thank you.
I'm also talking about the O5 property, but first I want to explain that I have over 16 years of experience in security and emergency management, master's degree in emergency management from Massachusetts Maritime Academy. I'm also a certified emergency manager through International Association of Emergency Managers. So this is something that I'm extremely passionate about, well educated on, and have almost 2 decades of experience on. I thank everyone for their comments, and I just want to explain that while some may think this is a rushed decision, I understand that this was a fiscal year 2022 grant that was awarded that needs to be used within 36 months, or else this money will go away, essentially. And for those who don't know, the pre-disaster mitigation grant, a PDM grant, provides federal funds, which would be up to 75% of that funding, and then the other 25% is to come from other sources, correct? So I think the main issue here is a matter of education and awareness of what is an EOC. What is it used for? Planned events such as an extravaganza, or unplanned events, disasters, incidents, cyber attacks, man-made attacks, natural disasters. And I really liked the gentleman that spoke earlier, I think he already left, about the regional EOC. I think that is an excellent idea. However, I understand that the grant has already been submitted and approved. So altering the purpose of this EOC at this point may be impossible. However, educating the public on what the possibilities are moving forward would be the most beneficial in getting that support from the town of Newington. So explaining that financial aspect as well as that benefit cost analysis that was submitted with the application. And I want to applaud the team. Whoever wrote that application and got it approved is only one of 68 throughout the entire United States for that fiscal year. So that is a huge feat. So these words and terms are in my wheelhouse, but I think breaking it down to understanding that who is going to staff this EOC, can we have mutual aid assistance from those towns like Rocky Hill, Weathersfield, New Britain, our partners? How can it be used with our public safety staff? And like our IT department talked about business continuity, we don't want to have just a single point of failure for any one position or network. Redundancy and being able to stand up an emergency operations center with multiple staff members who are equipped to handle a disaster and run the show in case yourselves or your staff is sick, ill, out of town, stuck in Florida because of the hurricane, something like that. We need to be able to have a space to not only train and educate, but also to help support real world emergencies and events that are going to happen. So I just encourage this council to, if they have not already, start developing a community relations of some sort outreach to let everyone know how this site was selected. I understand that there was a very detailed process for that this property wasn't the first property looked at. So I'm familiar with site selections, but we need to know, why is this property the best property? And how are those funds going to be appropriated accordingly? And in closing, I just want to say once again, thank you for getting this grant. This is a huge feat, and I appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have one more online. Phone number ending in 310. You are ready to go. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Greg Ostrinsky, 267 Audubon Avenue. The town of Newington is growing, both from developments approved by the previous administration and any to be approved by the current and future administrations. As our town grows, so must the resources our town has at its disposal. The OFI property is a great opportunity for Newington to acquire additional land in the center, both for an emergency operations center and any other uses we may find for it. As the town grows, property will only get more expensive, so if the opportunity presents itself, we should take it before that door closes for good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strinsky, so much. Anybody else in the room or over Zoom that would like to contribute to public participation? Seeing none. Do we have any email correspondence?
I didn't see any, I checked.
I didn't see anything.
Just recently.
Yeah, same. Very good. Very good. All right, we'll move along to remarks by councilors on public participation. Council Page.
Thank you, Mayor. As far as the drainage issue goes on Hemlock and Evergreen and those other streets, I'm very concerned. This is first, I'm aware of this. I appreciate the folks that brought this to our attention. And it sounds like our town staff have been starting to look at this. I don't know for how long. I'm sure they're on top of it. And I would, because I know nothing about this type of work, I would just defer to the people who do within our town. I would also ask, and maybe it's already been done, that we consult to see the extent to which MDC plays any role in this, or any other state or federal, maybe not, entities that could help solve this. From the description of the residents, that sounds like a condition I wouldn't want in my backyard or my neighborhood or up against my foundation or house. And it sounds like a health and a safety concern. So I trust, under the supervision of the town manager and all the good staff we have, that they will follow up on this and then get back to us with some sort of update as we go. And if we can do anything to support y'all, please let us know. I appreciate it. And then I would say regarding the OFI Emergency Operation Center, I'm going to defer. We have a presentation tonight. All I can say is that I've been privileged to be part of private conversations since I was first elected in the previous council under Mr. Chapman and Beth Del Buno, our previous Mayor Del Buno, and the majority council then under Tim Mankey. And so while it makes perfect sense to the public's view that this looks like a rush happening, I think because of, as we'll learn more, because of the sensitive nature of the topic, as well as some of the financial dealings that have been very sensitive, we didn't have an opportunity to bring these things for the last 3 or 4 years to the public. We are now, because some of those things have been resolved satisfactorily, and we do want input from the public very, very much. So I look forward to the conversation tonight and moving forward. And I want to thank BAPS Charities for all their work, and it's been a pleasure to work with them and support their efforts to do good things for our residents and people in surrounding communities. So thank you very much. And I think that's all I got for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Draco.
Yes, regarding the issues on Spruce Street, Hemlock, and Evergreen. First of all, I appreciate the fact that the residents went to the proper department to begin with, our town engineer. And it does appear that things, at least there's been initial inspection and resolution. I am a little curious as to, I think one of the residents said that the town engineer said to bring it to the council. I was just curious as to what our role is and what the town engineer expected us to do. So if we can just get a little bit, certainly I don't want Chris to have to appear here, but if we can just get a little report on what's been done and what his department feels that the council role is from this point going forward. But certainly, it does appear that it's probably, like you said, that maybe MDC is involved. There's wetlands involved. There's, town, the town drainage system. So we could just get a little bit more knowledge. But again, I am curious as to, and certainly, I mean, I'm glad that they brought it to the council's attention so we can maybe give it a little bit more priority. But if there's any role that we have that maybe we're not aware of that we have, you can do that. And also regarding the OFI, I appreciate the calls and the input from residents regarding, so I think we know some of the big questions that people want answered. How much, the dollar amount, why is it needed, the sites, whatever. So hopefully that will be answered during the presentations. And also, Cassandra, I believe. I really appreciate the fact that you have this expertise and this training and this education. Your insight, your questions, and your appreciation of the process and the complexities that went into it, and what needs really to be communicated and addressed to residents in terms of if there's a need, why there's a need, and what we need to communicate in order to get a better understanding. I appreciate you coming forward and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Counselor Mankey.
Yeah, I guess I can appreciate drainage issues. There's parts of my yard I haven't mowed since last fall, because they're underwater. I mean, they're wet. I think there's a lot of us in the neighborhoods that have drainage issues. I think this is unique because there's actually pipes that go through the properties that probably need to be cleaned out. Again, with Councilor Vick, I'm not sure what the council can do about that, because unless we want to go with shovels and clean out the pipes, I don't know what we can do, but I would ask that we get a report on what can be done. And the OFI issues, I think we do have got some input tonight. I think that's a great thing. There will be a public hearing, so everybody can sign in on that and say, speak their piece. And I think that's what's important. So I appreciate everybody who spoke.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll just say again on the drainage, just echoing that I'm curious exactly what our role will be, but certainly very glad that residents would come to us and bring that to us. And also very glad that they would go to the engineering department first to get some very relevant information on what's going on there. So we'll be interested to follow up on that. I will also save my comments on OFI until after the presentation, though I am always appreciative of folks that come and share their expertise, as you did, Cassandra, and others, and also welcome to these meetings, and we'll have you anytime, so please come back. And also to BAPS Charities, thank you for their engagement with us and coming to a council meeting to share that. I will be there on the 2nd, and I'm looking forward to it. I think they do tremendous work in our community and regionally, and I'm really excited to support them as they support all of our neighborhoods. And last thing is just a welcome, because we just glossed over there, but our second speaker, Chris, said he is a new homeowner in Newington. So I want to welcome him to town, him and his girlfriend. Thank you. And his dog. I think they have 2 dogs.
Counselor. I'm going to also reserve my comments on the OFI EOC thing until after the presentation, but I do want to comment that, I appreciate everyone coming out and speaking, and particularly the questions that were asked. These are the same questions that I had when we first were presented with the project, so I appreciate where everyone is coming from with that, and I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to answer all those questions and getting that done. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for coming out and participating in public participation. It's great when we have a lot of people here, so it makes us feel like we're engaging. So it's good. So I appreciate everyone that comes out and does that. So thank you. See no other comments from councilors. We will move on to consideration of old business. The first item is ARPA allocations. This goes back. This is kind of the last bow on the budget. There was one budget item that we took out of the budget, and we're going to pay for it with ARPA dollars, and that is what we are going to do tonight. So I would ask Deputy Mayor Rada to please read the resolution.
I would be happy to do that. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby endorses the use of American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, in the amount of $10,000 for the purchase of police patrol technical equipment.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Deputy Mayor Rada, seconded by Councilor Floyd. Any discussion on this? All right, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously.
I know, Jason.
Yeah.
The second part of the
Yes.
ARPA discussion tonight would
Yeah,
be
the
about
second part of our
previous
discussion.
request from the council to discuss utilizing ARPA funds for potentially redoing the website or getting the consultant to take a look at the website. So we have the IT directors stay here to discuss that a little further, kind of give an update about how our current website works and maybe answer some of your questions.
Very good. Yeah, if you don't
On that,
mind, that'd be great. Yeah. Thanks for.
Wonder why your computer is still there. Yeah, sorry.
Not for Rosie.
I was kind of biting my tongue a little bit, so I'm just gonna say one thing, if you don't mind, about the EOC, because it may not come up. The future presentation, there's discussion about there being an existing EOC at the police department. It's a shared roll call room, and when we have to set it up, I can tell you, it takes hours. And when you're in the middle of an emergency, you don't want to be calling the IT department to bring over phones and computers and set. So I wouldn't characterize it as a fully functioning EOC in its current. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I appreciate your comments very much so. And just on a personal note, I was at Sandy Hook. I was the IT director at Sandy Hook. And I will tell you that EOCs are important, and I'll leave it at that. So again, I bite my tongue, but I have to say that.
Wow.
So I have a presentation for you again about the website. So let me just get that going for you. Of course, it's fighting me because why wouldn't it?
Yeah, why would it work?
Even the IT director has the job.
Yeah, Skylar.
We have IT help.
Is there a joke here, right? All right, so we can, hopefully that's coming up. All right, so I have another PowerPoint just to get me through this. I'm not gonna go through it. We'll do it as quick as you want, or I can answer more questions. There's stuff in here probably you're not aware of, so that's why I thought it'd be important just to present it. There we go. So there's our website. You either love it or hate it. It's a 50-50 thing. It's outdated. It was done, I think, in 2018, the last. So it is what it is. It has some good content. Some of it may be misplaced. The search bar works really well, but people aren't necessarily directed to it right away. Obviously, we have, as the want to tab, it's oversaturated with content. I get that, and it's not necessarily inviting to the eye. I thought some important things for you to know. These are actual statistics from our website. Our top hits. First of all, this is not the first website that I've ever had to work on. Our top hits: library, #1; Parks and Rec, #2. That's like program searches, etc. Assessment, property records, people looking for that. Police department, jobs, employment opportunities. It's something that I talked to Scott about just recently. You go to our website, there's no jobs employment tab right there. And you can see it's in the top 10, top 5. Department listing, people are going, tax collector, pay taxes, makes sense. Online services, again, you're going to a website, so I would think you're looking for online services. Recycling, landfill, probably hours, all that. GIS services and online mapping. I swear to you, I didn't just put that in there, but we are in the top 10. So the last 10, this top search terms: jobs, employment, property records, pickleball clinic.
Wow.
Okay, summer camp, vendor application, landfill transportation, taxes, land records, swim lessons, and preschool. So you can see these are the things people are going to our site and hitting on. And again, they're real statistics. So our website, right? Again, I've done this a bunch. I've been in different management spheres. We have a decentralized approach. Our website is managed by each department individually. And whereas that can be great on day one when the site was developed, every day after that, something goes differently. And one of the things you see is what we got is a lack of continuity in design and content organization, right? Some people spend a lot of time on it. I'm guessing it's probably the library, since they're #1. People have come to find information there, and that's why they go there. But that's what you get, right? Decentralized. And obviously in the opposite is then there's a, did I just mix those up? I have the slide twice. Well, anyways, so the opposite is a centralized approach. Right, so I mentioned I worked for the town of Bloomfield before this. For 5 years, I went from the council saying we needed a centralized approach for the town website, and not just website, it's content management. It's I think there was a mention of there being really someone in the town that's coordinating that sort of marketing of the town, so they developed. I didn't come up with the title, but the Office of Strategic Communications and Government Affairs. So they glommed a bunch of stuff together and put it into a department, and it's a paid position. And they don't just do the website, they do all of their Twitter and all of their social media and outreach, and even coordinate the clerks through the department. So that's really a managed way to get out information. And honestly, going back to an emergency, that's when you need someone who's actually presenting that information. So who is that person? You know, who's your primary information officer? So just as an alternative approach. So again, going back to that, meeting people where they are, right? This is a statistic. So citizens 18 to 25 years old, they use social media, YouTube, Snapchat, TikTok to get news and information. They don't really use websites. Websites are reference desks, right? Citizens my age, right? 26 to 49, we use social media. We do use some websites, but generally we get our news from social media. And 50 and older, it actually, I was interested in this, it dips down completely. People 50 and older tend to use websites or even print or news as news sources. So we're designing a website and we're talking about that, but we're not really meeting maybe half the population of a town or maybe even more, right? So where we do have Facebook is Parks and Rec, Police, Fire, Library, SDC, Human Services. Again, not centralized. Everyone has their own Facebook page and it's not coordinated, right? Twitter, Library and Police, and then Pinterest, Library. I'm not sure how many people use Pinterest anymore, but we still have Pinterest. But I guess you get the point, right? Like we can talk about website, but we may not be reaching everyone in our citizenry. So, right, what do we have now? We have what's called the Civic Plus Ultimate Package. Under that contract, every 3 years, we're eligible for a whole site redesign. It just hasn't been done. When I started here, we started on that process. When the previous town manager took over, he took that project in the town manager's office. And I don't think it went anywhere after that. So I re-engaged with Scott. Sorry, you're here, so I have to point you out. I re-engaged with Scott to get this process going again. So it's available to us. And during that redesign, the town website will be brought into ADA compliance. The web content accessibility guidelines, I mean, they were very careful to say, well, on day one, it'll meet those that they change. So there's 2.2, 2.3, it's incremental. And so 3 years later, maybe we'll be upgrading to 3.0. But the point is, we'd be in compliance as of that date. And so during that process, and I've been through it before, Civic Plus provides a dedicated consulting resource. So it's really like having your own designer at the table. We would assemble a team probably of internal folks, but I'm sure, through the town manager, we would be involving the council. We obviously have to, what I should have started out is website is just such a big topic. There's, you could really kind of fold anything into it. So obviously specific things that people would like to see improved would be really helpful. I'm not a color picker. I think I was talking to Jamie, that's the discussion, like I like to leave the room. Whether you like red or green or purple, it's not really my concern. So again, we get a group of people in to discuss it and come up with guidelines and what we really want to see, the improvements, and we can get there. That said, that's kind of my gist.
There's a few questions. Councilor Drago?
No, I appreciate, what you just indicated about the Civic Plus, whatever. My big concern is there's gotta be public focus groups where the residents, not internal, not IT director, you gotta get people there, because quite frankly, there are people in their 50s and 60s, whatever, who who go to the website. They can't figure out how the traffic, they can't figure out the search facilities, they can't figure this. There's about 7 people right off the bat, I can say, who complain the most about a website that should be brought into a room and say, this is what we're having, this is what we want to see. Have no IT people there, just somebody taking down notes and whatever. You got to get the public involved, not just, even the people at this. I hear, concerns all the time, but about the search facility, about even just meetings. It's difficult. An IT mind works very logically in a certain path. But people who are out there who maybe, you know, are not as computer savvy, their mind works differently. And in the past, when, you know, in my past, business experience, it is very different when you have a group of IT people designing something versus what the end users really wanted. So whatever, whether we go with an outside consultant or use this, I would try and insist on getting public focus groups in there. And I would actually like to invite some of the people who are the biggest complainers or concerns.
No, so I don't want to give the impression that I'm doing this alone. I'm a little concerned by that. There's obviously we'd be open to that. I was talking to Scott about creating a form so that the public could comment on certain parts of the website, because we actually do have forms part of the website, but it's underutilized.
Yeah, I wouldn't want an online forum even, because that's another problem.
We can
People are
print them
going to a
out too.
website that they they feel that they can't use.
My
It's
phone
gotta be
number
in
is
person.
posted, it's printed on the website. The reality is that I'm open to it. and
365, 24/7.
Yeah, there you go. I don't like to post.
Sorry.
But the truth is, you're right, I think one of the problems with municipal websites is that there's a certain language and vernacular that we use internally that the public don't necessarily know right off the bat. And so one of the things we worked on in my previous position in Bloomfield was really to try to get some of that language out of the website or even the menu bar. Like, you may know that you need a driveway permit, but you have no idea which department to go to, and try to make it more open. It's kind of like that industrial design. But I freely admit there's people out there that are smarter than me and can handle that better. And we'll bring them in a room, and there's a lot of good folks inside that have internally, administratively, that can help. In the town manager's office, even present. So obviously we would invite folks in the public to help too, but I would like to make sure that, this is an administrative site. It's really for, to present the town to the public. So, I've had problems before where, all of a sudden we want all of the different clubs to come in and start being on the website too. And I would just caution that that's, although it may sound like a good idea, it's important to keep it administrative and, present it appropriately.
No, I get that, but I just, and the design and whatever ultimately, but at least just get one meeting with the public and say, what are you having problems with? What do you want? You got to hear that from them. You got to hear it from the user. And then secondly, before it's implemented, don't have it tested, the test run done by people here or in the IT department. Get those same people out there and say, give them the users a chance to test it before it's implemented. That's all I'm saying.
Councilor Tiniakis.
Hello. So it sounds like you're in favor of having a centralized approach to this kind of stuff.
Like I said, I did argue for it previously. That being said, there's an investment, right? So it's ultimately your decision as the budget keeper, what makes sense for the town. But
What would it look like to transition from what we have now to what you envision?
The reality is, I can only speak to what we did in Bloomfield, and there was basically a position that was posted. Basically, a department was created, right, with its own structure. So there's funding for those positions, and then job descriptions, and what is that department doing? What's its purview? So in some ways, it was a little easier in Bloomfield because we had some internal staff members that had already kind of taken on some of those roles, and it was more saying, okay, that really wasn't their job, like their original job description.
Yeah.
So they were able to kind of pull them into the role and make it work. This would likely be a new position, or maybe not, I don't know. But essentially it's just setting that the roles and responsibilities of the department, funding it, and finding the right person for the job. But it could be a marketing person. You know, you're essentially marketing the town. It could be an economic development component. I was in a different town. We had an economic development consultant that was helping with the website design. So essentially building an economic development page, but it was still the same idea. So, you know, I'm not saying it's totally inked, but it really depends on the unique set of circumstances. But I think there's room for discussion and understanding there and seeing what's best. So it may not be a position, but it's something to know that's out there.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. You had me at Civic Plus Ultimate Package. So I just, it's the first time hearing that we have a Civic Plus Ultimate Package with a free redesign every 3 years. That's wonderful, Scott. And I want to thank Councilor Pacheco for bringing up the idea in some other previous meeting about looking at using ARPA funds for the web design to the extent we have to. We may or may not have to if there's a free web design with a Civic Plus Ultimate Package.
A free upgrade.
Well, but I'd like to look at what that entails. And I like the idea of some sort of centralization. We have such a corrosive presence, it seems to me, on all of our social media, and people really thrive off the heat. And what it seems that you're describing with all the different demographic data and the accessing of different social media would lend more light, not heat, to the facts and the work that's being done by all the staff in town and all the initiatives in every department. And so I would certainly support that. On the face of it, it sounds like an excellent idea. And whatever we end up deciding on, I hope we can have a web design. One of the reasons I like my iPhone, and I know there are devout Android users too, so all respect to them, is because as a non-tech person, I find the word I hear a lot, we talk about is super intuitive. I find the website to be super clunky and the opposite of intuitive. And so it's not user-friendly to me anyway. And I'd like to see that. And I would love to see, and we've talked about this before, a more modern approach to the application, the appropriate application of the other social media that you've referenced, to reach all those demographics and be a more fully transparent and accessible government for everyone. So thanks for all your work. I don't really have a question except yay you and your initiatives on this. And I support you and would like to learn more about how we can make it happen, because I agree. It's terrible what we have now. Thank you.
Councilor Mackey. I'm sorry, Councilor Floyd.
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
I'll
I'll just say a few things. One, thank you so much for coming before us with this presentation. It answered a lot of questions I had, so I think it's great. I'm so glad that in particular, you are cognizant of a holistic approach to this kind of infrastructure, not just a website, but also our use of social media. As a young person myself, sometimes I go on that website, I can't find it. I just give up. I call Jamie, I call Lauren, that's one of the benefits of this job. I guess I know who to call, but not everybody can do that. And it'd be so great if I could jump on our website or jump on a quick Instagram or Twitter post and find exactly what it is I'm looking for. There's I don't need to tell you, but very underutilized and could be really transformative, I think, to the way that people interact with government and with our town and with the services that they need. So I think that's wonderful. I've written in big letters focus group myself here. I think it's really imperative, and I think you share this, that the public be involved in just identifying some of those needs. I'm sure there are many creative ways that we could go about doing that, whether it's a single town hall or several groups or a survey or whatever it might be, so that you can solicit that kind of feedback in a real and tangible way. Certainly welcome that. And then as far as centralization goes, that'll, I guess, be a continued discussion. For my part, I just say I'm always in favor of kind of professionalizing some services or roles that right now maybe, I can imagine a department may give it over to an intern to do some great work, I'm sure. But there's a certain lack of sustainability that happens in transition from role to role and so on. And that can really prevent, a good use of those services. But at the same time, I know that
You know, there are great volunteers now. I'll shout out one, Gabriella, who does the Newington Volunteer Fire Department social media. I think she does a kick-ass job. And she's a volunteer and she's a high schooler and she does for free. And she does, again, an awesome job. So maybe there's some way that we could identify some more specific criteria or training for those folks that occupy those roles in those departments, rather than centralization, or maybe centralization is the way to go, and that's a conversation for another time. But again, I really appreciate all your cognizance of the minutia here. Thank you. Councilor Mackey.
Yeah, I agree. I think that certainly the website needs to be redone or certainly looked at. I think focus group's the way to go, getting input from those people who actually use it. I guess I'm in that age group that would use a website more than I would use other things, but I don't use either one of them. So it's, if I have a question, I'll call Jamie. I think one of the problems with the website is that the minute you publish it, it's outdated, because if the departments don't put the current information in, it just stagnates. And so if I go to a certain department and I get bad information, I assume they're all bad. So and if you don't have someone putting it up, updating it on a regular basis, you get frustrated pretty quickly. I also think it's important that we use our Facebook and our Twitter and all those other things that you mentioned that I don't understand, to get information out. There should be one source of town information. So if we're going to talk about, emergency management center, we have our information that goes out, not necessarily what people surmise is what we need, or not what they've heard through the grapevine. There should be a official statement from the town. Here's what we're looking at. Here's why we need this. And we don't have that now. We have various departments that put out their version of what should happen and their information. The fire department, the police department, Parks and Rec, they have their websites and their Facebook pages, but the town has no Facebook page where we can go for official information. Now you may not agree with the official information, but at least you have it from us on one place to get it. So I think we have to look at both the website and there's other avenues of communicating with people, because I think one of the problems in Newington is we tend to get our information through Facebook, and it's not always right. It's always somebody's version of what happens, but it's not always right, and it's not always correct. And I think that's a problem. I think it leads for misinformation, it leads confusion, and we're getting frustrated. So I just think I would prefer the centralized approach, I guess, but across all the ways we communicate with people, both Facebook and those Twitter things and all those other things that are there. But X, whatever X is, I don't know what it is. But I appreciate. I think we should have the same presence across all those formats.
Thank you, Councilor Mackey. Councilor Nagel.
I think another way of putting what previous people have said, especially Councilor Bedrejko, is that we should not assume that people know something that they don't, don't go by assumptions. Quite often, technical things, I'll do something and there's a piece left out. If you don't have that piece, you have nothing. It's my frustration. So I think whatever the form is taken, focus or not, we need to not assume anything in terms of people and taking what they say, even though it may seem trivial or it may seem from left field, it's being, well, this is the way the typical resident or residents that aren't tech savvy work to make whatever the website change is more focused towards a common audience that isn't able to assume something when they're using a computer, because many don't, or they just are limited and don't know the steps. And this is the kind of problem that exists not only within our town website, I think, but just generally. It's become a topic over several years that it's not just something people would like to see. They want to see it corrected, but one that has become a desire, almost a passion with some people to have corrected. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming the department. And I think we need to be more public about it. And whatever steps are done, not only are presented to us here, but are presented in some fashion or form to the public so that they know how we are trying to correct, hopefully once and for all, quote unquote, a website that is clear to them and to their needs. It's good that there are really great that there's ARPA funds also to help support some of this because it's been a technical need for a long period of time. Sometimes we know things that the public doesn't, and we assume that they know. And that also goes to centralizing and getting things out, which others have mentioned before. And quite often it becomes frustrating, at least to me at times, that I find out things secondhand from other people that should be directed to us counselors. Not, well, yeah, it's important that we know, but it's also important that we have the information if indeed they come to us, as opposed to going on the website. So fashioning something that brings information in a centralized fashion to those of us will help those that don't seem to be able to use the website or don't have time to do that or whatever. So you need to fashion a process by which whatever important information, especially that is of the moment, comes to a site to us so that we all get it and that it isn't a passed down thing or from one individual on Facebook to someone else. It's the old information. Here's the initial piece of information by the third or fourth person. It's the absolute opposite. So I find that to be something critical to the council, and then just generally the assumption piece to those of us in the town who may not be tech savvy who will use it. I know many of people have just given up. I found clunky ways of getting through things. The method to do it for me, but it may not be the same for others. So this is mainly rambling and to help you to focus more on what we're looking for. And I think we all agree that there has to be progress. It has to move. It's been talked about and whatever, and the opportunity is there, at least funding wise, and with the desire that you've shown to actually show, yes, we're working on it. We can't do it overnight. So you don't have to respond unless there's something you need to.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I thought you were done. No, I just wanted to say, like, some of the statistics that were cited in here are directly from our website. Really, those should be used to go back to the website and say, okay, these are the 10 spots or even the 8 spots where people are going to, it should be one click, right? They want to pay their taxes. Those buttons that we have there right on the front, they should be at least the first 8. You know, so those are things that we can do, and maybe we don't need to have a big committee to do it, but you know, those are things we should just be doing on a normal basis.
Some are easy fixes, like what you just mentioned, but others may not be. Just another comment.
Yeah, and then I know Scott mentioned something in the office the other day about changing it per season, right? Certain things are more important than summer and spring.
That's true.
Leaf pickup, no one cares about leaf pickup in the middle of summer, right?
Right.
But you know, those are the ideas, you know.
True.
Thank you.
Another question.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, Councilor Maggie.
So I think we've been talking since I've been on the council about the website, and we seem to just talk about it and we have a great conversation, but nothing happens. So I like to come down with some kind of a timeframe. What we want, what are the options? Options do we have? Can we get a redesign? What would that look like? How much would it cost? If it's for free, that's I'm good with that. If we get a centralized position, then what would that cost and what would that look like? So can we get that within the month and get some kind of an idea of what we're looking at so we can use these funds for that purpose?
Like I mentioned that we had already started this process and then it kind of just got stopped.
Right.
So when we reach back out to Civic Plus, they're like, oh yeah, the process is started. You can start it again anytime.
Okay.
So
Wonderful.
I think, putting together a committee we kind of had a group of folks before. So we'll just have to reconvene that. And it's not necessarily that we're not going to include anyone else. It's just you have to cut it off somewhere. Otherwise,
well, I think it probably should be the professionals that,
But I mean, yeah, I think in the month you'll see some
Start
progress,
with it anyway,
just,
okay.
just in general.
So can we say we, in 4 meetings, we can have you back and give us an update with mid-June?
Yeah, through the town
And
managers.
June.
I don't think that's unreasonable. I will tell you that we have a lot of projects going at the same time right now. One of them being that the radio project all of a sudden just went from 0 to 100 in 2 weeks. So, we'll do our best.
Okay, I mean, and if we need more time, we need more time, but I wanna keep moving forward. I don't wanna talk about it and say, we all need to change, but then nothing ever does.
I'd be happy to come back in the future meeting.
Oh, it's
and
gonna happen.
discuss.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Counselor Pacheco?
Yeah, I just comment or two about, you know, in terms of your statistics, I will tell you that, a lot of people I know they give up on the website and they go to Google. They ask the question on Google and they can find it a lot easier than on the website. And it's information that should be on the website. So so your statistics are primarily, I mean, I'm sure they're valid, but they're not 100% valid because a lot of people just give up and either go to Facebook for another answer or go to Google.
Are you saying they're getting the answer from someone on Facebook, or they're searching in Google and coming to?
Well, no, they're
the website
searching on
through it?
Google and saying, okay, Newington landfill, whatever, what are the hours? And it comes up on Google when they can't, for some reason, navigate it on the website. This is just an example. I can't come, but I've done it myself. I tried to look at past like minutes of the town council meetings for something. I can, and I can't find it. I'll go to Google and I could find it on Google. I don't know why that happens, but it does. So I'm just saying that those are the type of things you need to hear from the users. You need to hear that from the users, number one. Number two, I really do believe, and I'm sorry, I've just been involved in too many of these in the past. You guys, you know, get the administrative committee going, whatever, but I would prefer, even if we can get it for free from Civic Plus, I'd like to get an outside consultant to at least run the focus group. Because they're not vested, they're not, they don't have a bias. They know, I think we can find a consultant who can at least maybe come in and run the group and get those type of questions pulled out versus someone who's a little bit more into the weeds or a little bit more invested into it. That's just my opinion. I don't know whether we can find somebody to just do that, a focus group to really get it going versus having these people. You guys have so much on your plate right now, but an outside person can say, hey guys, they can ask the right questions. They can use the right technique. They can get the discussion going. Personally, I think it would run a little smoothly. Then you guys, whoever the committee is, the IT, can get the results of that study and then work with that. I just think that an outsider can communicate or get maybe a little bit more honest answers or frame the questions in a little bit in a better way than somebody who's invested in the project. That's just my opinion. I don't know. Thank you.
Obviously willing to work with whoever.
Certainly.
You know.
No, I appreciate your comments on this. And I like the idea of, having sort of input from the outside on some of that stuff, and just so we can get a user experience on that. Just sort of to touch on what Gail asked, my only question is, for those folks that do give up on the website and say they do go to Google and it sends them to the page that they want on the town website, we're still getting that page hit, right? So it's still capturing, okay, very good.
Kind of where my line of questioning was going, because if it ultimately ends up on the town website, then we do get it. Maybe it doesn't go through the search terms.
Right.
Because it's coming from an outside,
So we're still capturing. So that's good.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, and just to add, I hear a lot of Councilor Petranco's concerns. I really do, because we all hear it about the website. I mean, we'll leave it at that. But that being said, I just want to, again, appreciate your willingness to initiate this process and your leadership in moving a department again to continue this process. And, you know, it's I guess, an all cylinders approach. However we can help,
However, other, town staff, as you may find necessary through Jamie, can help. Let us know, but there was something else I was going to say and now I'm forgetting, but the website's a vital part of our town infrastructure. And that, we know that. This is what I was going to say, which is that we're not experts, as has already been said. And that also means maybe we're not experts on what goes into this process here. I mean, Civic Plus, from what I understand, is widely used. I'm sure it has a very tried and true process for going through redesigns, as you spoke to a bit with their consultant or the direct staff member that they provide. And so we may think that the website is of such a standard that we do need to redesign the wheel, but that may not be the case at all. So, I trust that there's a process there that is legitimate and useful, and that, we can plug any holes in it where we find them, especially when it relates to public participation. So just appreciate all of your work. Thank you. So thank you so much for being here tonight, Scott. And thanks for sticking out. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on
Where do we go from here?
to,
In a month, we'll get a report back.
we're gonna get the town manager. We'll get another update, within the next 4 meetings. All right. So we are moving along to, item B under old business, town manager search update. Last time we were here was a special meeting where we approved the, town manager job description and authorized basically the job posting and to begin the recruitment. The position was posted the next day. We do have a first review scheduled for May 17th, which is the end of this week. So in terms of an update at this point, what I can say is we have received a number of applications, and there's a lot of interest for the position, and we're looking forward to reviewing that. I don't know if any of the subcommittee has any other comments on that. Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. I would just thank Heather Shanti, who's been instrumental in guiding us through this process, our subcommittee, and helping us sort of figure out next steps. And I appreciate her very much. She's been taking some of the applications, all of the applications, and keeping us updated. We'll get an update on the 17th, as you said, Mayor. So thanks, Heather. And we'll keep moving forward.
Counselor Maggie?
Yeah, just to be clear, I don't think it was, unless I missed something at the last meeting, that we are going to review the application. We're just going to get the number and then we're going to decide what to do from there. I think the plan was to send them to some kind of an outside panel to look at all the applications and then kind of narrow it down. So I don't want to leave the impression that the 3 people on the town manager search committee are going to review any applications. We're just going to get the number and send them on someone else. So then we'll do the review, and then they'll come. The best of the best will come to the council for all review, not just those people on the committee.
Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. I would agree with that. And also, maybe this is what you said or meant. There will be a process where we will have folks from outside of our town, from experience in town government and in all various departments of various towns and our surrounding towns. And they will be a committee that will go through those applications at a certain point, and then they will make their recommendations to this body. Because we agree in a bipartisan way, we want this to be as fully transparent as possible, so that those outside of Newington with their expertise can give us their opinions on the quality of those candidates. So thanks.
Thank you, Counselor Page. That's all we have on town manager search for today. So we will move on to resignations and appointments. Item A. Counselor Page, would you mind reading the resolution? Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Yes. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby accepts the resignation of Deborah O'Loughlin as a member of the Vehicle Appeals Board and Newington Historical Society and Trust Incorporated in accordance with correspondence received on April 24, 2024, and effective immediately.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Counselor Nanki. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. One more for you there, Counselor Page.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby accepts the resignation of Linda M. Woods as member of the Economic Development Commission in accordance with correspondence received on April 24, 2024, and effective immediately.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Page, second by Counselor Mankey. Counselor Nagel, I'm sorry.
It was Mankey, that's.
Oh, it was
Now
Mankey.
can yield it.
Gotcha, all right. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Right. Moving on. Next on the agenda is tax refunds, item 10. Counselor Tiniakis, would you mind reading the resolution?
The property tax refunds in the amount of $1,708.37 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the request for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Tiniakis, second by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion? Being none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. And we are on to new business. Item A. Auditor appointments. Would you like to, any update on that, or is Shannon here?
Janet Murphy's here, but this is a pretty straightforward item. The auditor is selected via an RFP process every so often. In this case, it's 3 years with an option for a fourth. But even though I think we're in the second year of that period of time, the charter does require reappointment annually of the auditor. So that'll be on your next agenda for consideration.
Very good. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will, thank you, Janet. Move along to item B, one near and dear to Council Mackey's heart. Transfer school code compliance surplus to general fund. Any comments on that?
That one Janet could explain.
Okay,
a little
yeah.
Better, sure.
Yeah, Janet, if you don't mind.
Sure. We've been talking about this project for a long time. Finally, they closed it out. I think during the spring or the beginning of the spring. We got the final report on it. There's $223,165 still in that account. That can be moved over. Your options are, of course, to either move it over to another project within CIP, or typically any project that's closed, those funds that are left over get moved back over into the general fund. So that's what this motion is. This request is to move it back to the general fund.
Thank you very much. Councilor Mackey.
This is certainly near and dear to my heart. I've worked on this for years now. I think the money should be moved back to the general fund, or that's for the taxpayers. They footed the bill and it's been sitting there for a couple of years now, and I think the money should go back to the general fund.
Questions? It's good to me. All right, thank you so much, Shannon, for the explanation, and look forward to seeing this on the next one.
Hey, have a good night.
You too, take care.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to item C. Introduction of the property acquisition for emergency operations center in the town and town department use. Otherwise known as the EOC OFI project. We do have town staff here, but I just want to give a little background just initially, just to sort of introduce, you guys can come up. I just wanted to introduce the background on this before we get into the presentation. Obviously our administration was elected last November. We took over at the same time. So we've been here, 7 months at this point. Pretty much right away, this was an item that was brought to our attention as this is a grant that we had received for an emergency operation several years earlier that had been sort of sitting there and hadn't had anything done on it yet, but was in danger of reaching its expiration date. And that's really what prompted all of this to sort of begin and brought us here today, because we are running out of time on this grant and it's a considerable amount of funds. So with that background, I will turn it over to our wonderful town staff here who's worked so hard on this, and we'd love to hear the presentation.
Thank you.
So Joe and I are here in person, but our emergency management director, DJ Zordan, is also on the Zoom, so we'll make him a panelist as well. You don't see me in the meeting? I'm here. Now. You know when to start with.
Just start with the mayor. Is
Yeah.
that right with that?
Yes, please. You can, yeah, you can begin. Yeah, Mayor will be back shortly.
So thank you for allowing us to come tonight to talk about the potential acquisition of 28 Garfield Street. 28 Garfield Street, also known as the OFI building, is located adjacent to the town office campus within walking distance of the town hall, the police department, and the library building. On and off for 2+ years, the town has been in conversation with the building owner to purchase the parcel, which includes the building, as well as roughly 3 acres of land surrounding it. There are many advantages to purchasing this site, and continuing the town office campus is one of the largest ones. And that also includes the possibility for future-proofing our ability to meet the needs of our residents. The proposal to purchase this location began with the need to find a space for a dedicated emergency operations center. However, purchasing the building would meet more than that one need. Some details about the property itself. So 28 Garfield Street is currently owned by Shun Pike Associates, and the business owner is no longer OFI. They were bought out by Creative Office Resources, otherwise known as CORE. The purchase price currently is negotiated at $1.8 million, which was negotiated based on that 2022 appraisal that we had done, which said that the property was worth roughly about $2 million. Again, the lot size is about 3.14 acres. So it's a lot bigger, I think, than what you see from the roadway when you're driving up and down Garfield Street. The property itself, the building itself, has 2 levels, a main level and a basement level, and each is roughly 12,500 square feet. And the current plan for the Emergency Operations Center being located in the main level of the building is to use roughly 5,000 square feet of that space for the dedicated EOC, and the remainder of it for a different town use. And then the whole basement level would be available for storage for the town. So why purchase 28 Garfield Street? This would create a dedicated emergency operations center in accordance with the grant funding that we've already received. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next couple of slides. But going back to the idea of future-proofing our town needs, we would have the ability in this building to also expand services of current town departments. We would have basement storage that would help every town department theoretically. We would be able to extend that town campus footprint, creating a bigger space that was town-oriented between Garfield Street and Willard. And then we would be able to also have expanded parking for town events, think extravaganza and big events that we have such limited parking available now. Also, there is a potential for the revenue offset from the short-term rental agreement with the current business owner. So we are negotiating a lease with the current business owner for them to stay in the building for up to 9 months, to allow them time to find space in town to relocate their business. And we would be collecting rent for that time that they were in the building that would help kind of offset and mitigate that purchase price of 1.8 million. So tonight we're here to talk about the timeline for moving this special appropriation ordinance forward. The ordinance would be introduced tonight, and you have resolutions that were drafted in your packet, and they're all pending waivers of your rules. And not for any approval of the special appropriation itself. Waiving the rules, what we're asking for tonight is a waiver of the rules to approve calling a public hearing and to approve allowing the town manager to send the project to planning and zoning for their 824 review. You still would have to wait until after a public hearing in order to make any vote on the actual ordinance for special appropriation itself. So I just want to clarify that. I know that there have been comments that this feels like maybe we're trying to push something through or rushing it. And I just want to clarify that the waivers are for kind of the semantics of getting this to the public for their comment. So with that in mind, if you were to waive those rules this evening, that would mean that you could call a public hearing prior to your next meeting, which is May 28th. And that would be the time to allow the public, hopefully between this presentation and any other public information that we want to disseminate for public edification, that would be the time for the public to come and give further public comment once they have a little more information, I think, about the project. After the public hearing at your regular meeting, that would be your first opportunity to consider taking action to approve the ordinance for special appropriation. And if that were to be approved on the 28th, then starting on May 29th, the town could begin its due diligence period, which would start with a title search of the property, and then also just getting any other documents or caveats that we need as part of the purchase and sale agreement together before the property acquisition could close. The reason why we are asking for these waivers would be because we would like to have the special appropriation ordinance approved during the current fiscal year. Your charter allows you to only have 2 special appropriations per fiscal year. And although you could wait until after July 1st to approve this special appropriation, it would automatically mean that you were down to 1 if, God forbid, something were to happen during the next fiscal year. So we have an opportunity now to hear public comment and make an educated vote on the project, and also not eat into one of 2 possibilities for special appropriation during the next fiscal year. I want to talk a little bit about the thresholds for referenda, because I know that that has been a question in the public sphere. So in 2022, your charter revision, which the charter revision itself did go to referenda, right? It went to the public to approve the charter revision that allowed the updated threshold. So the 2022 charter revision updated the thresholds for mandatory referendum to expenditures over 1.5% of the budget appropriation. This request does not meet that threshold. It falls under the 1.5%, but it's over your ability to just make the vote by resolution. So anything in between the 2 amounts has to go to an ordinance for a special appropriation, which is what we're proposing today. Just point of clarification also, a special appropriation from the general fund does not impact the mill rate, nor does the expenditure create an additional tax liability for residents. It's not asking for new money. It's asking for money that is available in the general fund. So I just think that's something the public needs to be aware of as well.
Do you want to take questions now, or because there's a few, or do you want to do you guys want to wait until she's done?
I'd rather wait.
I'd rather,
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the EOC project itself, and again, this is part of the overall purchase of the building, but the monies are separate. So the project itself is currently funded at 1.833 million for the design and renovations of an emergency operations center, a $1 million grant, which we've talked about, and then 833,000 in CIP. And part of that 833 in CIP includes a mandatory grant matching fund that we are required to provide because we received the $1 million grant funding. The timeline to purchase, again, would be by June 30th, that special appropriation allocated and encumbered by June 30th. And then we would go into planning and architectural phase with the anticipation that we get that completed by March 31st, 2025, which also would coincide with the 9-month lease for the business owner that is currently in the building. Once they're out of the building, then we can begin construction. We do have a caveat here that we would be on the lookout for potentially applying for an extension of the grant funding, because that grant is supposed to be substantially used, that renovations are supposed to be substantially completed by August of 2025. So we will have to bear in mind that we potentially could be asking for a short-term extension as well. And so that kind of plays into the need to move the special appropriation along as well. We need to move the project along so that we can get to the point of asking for an extension and showing all the due diligence that we've done and having the extension granted. I want to give a little background on the EOC project, just so everyone is aware. So the EOC project plan began in 2021. The former emergency management director submitted a proposal to the state for construction of a new EOC, and that was confirmed to meet the intent of the grant application. The grant application itself was then submitted in December of 2021 and allocated to the town through the omnibus appropriations bill in March of 2022. So since the inception of the EOC discussions, there have been 4 town managers, 2 emergency management directors, and 2 mayors and councils involved. And I think I'm the 3rd project manager on this project. So this has been, it's gone through a lot of us, and we're finally, in my mind, finally getting it to all of you for action. So since then, town staff have considered potential locations for the EOC space. And then in 2022, the formal council allowed the former town manager to move into negotiations to purchase OFI for a new construction of the EOC on the vacant lot, not located in the building. And this is when the appraisal on the property was completed. So we started doing due diligence on purchasing this property over 2 years ago. When I joined the town in early 2023, being under the auspices of a new acting town manager, staff met to review the criteria for the EOC location again. We reviewed about 17 potential locations, just making sure we really had done our due diligence on all the places that the EOC could be housed, either whether or not they were town-owned locations or current town or not town-owned locations. And we created criteria for suitability. And we focused on proximity to town hall or other town departments or services, minimal impact to residents or residential areas. We didn't want to build a new EOC in the middle of someone's neighborhood, whether or not the site would have ample parking, whether or not the site was big enough to allow for other things in the future. I feel like I should, sorry. Access from the roadway, how far away it was from the roadway. We did have some sites in town that we looked at that we would have to have extensive work done to create egress from the roadway into the site. And then also, again, the potential development for other town services. We need to own the property in order for the grant to be used for construction of the EOC. And since we don't own OFI, but it has continuously come up as the most suitable location that we have for this project, we would have to purchase the project. So that's why the building is being recommended for purchase under the special appropriation. And it's part of the EOC project, but not only the EOC project. In late 2023, the town sought confirmation from the state and the federal governments that the project could be a substantial renovation versus a new build. So we did pivot the project slightly by saying, can we put it inside of the OFI building and avoid having to use up that green space on the OFI lot? And that was approved. And so we do have preliminary EHP approval on the grant for this site. We would have to go back and present all of our actual plans once we got through the design and architectural phase to have it formally approved. So why a dedicated EOC? And I want to talk a little bit about this, and it's not in the slides, but I think I agree with some comments that I heard earlier that we can put this on the website and put it in writing so people have this before they come back to the public hearing. But why a dedicated EOC? And I'm sure I am beating a dead horse talking about how much I love a dedicated EOC, but our current EOC is the police department roll call room. The primary function of this space takes precedence. It is not a primary EOC. So if the police department needs it for something, they will have it. It's their space. And if we adhere to the emergency support function standards, we will need space for more EOC members than that room can currently hold. We had a drill, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, and I don't think any of you were there. We're going to have another one soon, and you should definitely come. and see how small this room is. There are not enough desks and chairs for every member that needs to be present in the EOC. So creating a dedicated EOC space will give us a space that's ours. It eliminates the inefficiency in having to move equipment from different town buildings. It improves emergency management and preparedness capabilities. It allows for flexible, secure, and strategically located and a fully operable EOC location. It also follows trends across the state and the region for dedicated space to proactively plan for potential hazards impacting the town and neighboring communities. And it allows us to react in a timely manner to hazards and incidents. An EOC is not just when something bad happens, we open it. It is a planning mechanism. It is, I think someone said earlier, think of it as planning for the extravaganza. I 100% agree. It's something that we would open for planning for something that could be a potential large-scale incident. We have visited several other towns and state agencies over the last year to see what their EOCs had. And the biggest question that I asked to every single place that we have visited was, what's your biggest regret? What's missing? What would you do differently? And overwhelmingly, that response was, it's too small. West Hartford said it's too small, and we're actually going to build a new EOC over here because this one is, it's terrible. And other towns have said similar things. If I were going to do this over, I would definitely have more of this space or more of these facilities. And so we are trying to avoid that with this EOC project for Newington. We want to create a dedicated EOC that would service the residents, and where we wouldn't have to come back in 3 years and say, it's too small, right? Coincidentally, Joe and I and DJ, the emergency management director, are just finished day one of a 2-day risk assessment and mitigation course. And the focus on risk mitigation through emergency operations and planning are paramount to every community. We have spent the last 10 hours talking about how spaces like this are important to risk assessment and risk mitigation. So the town is not ahead of the curve. We're in line with other communities that have applied for this grant, that have received the grant over the last 3 years, and that will apply for the grant if it were to become available again. I just, one other thing before we finish up, sorry. Although this is a dedicated EOC space, I think it's also important that the public understands it is not only for EOC use. So when you think that we're only going to open this space up a handful or a dozen times a year, we anticipate that although this will be the primary EOC and that will take precedence if we need it, this space will be available for other types of training or town needs or employee needs. So we do anticipate that the space will be used for other things when it's not being actively used as an EOC. So it's not just going to be space that sits there waiting for something to happen. It will have multi-functions. Bless you. And it also will help us with redundancy of services by creating the EOC in this space. We will be potentially setting up a backup dispatch, backup data servers. So it will help mitigate risk because we will have redundancy in that critical infrastructure to respond to any emergencies that were to happen in the town. I hope I've hit it. Questions, and I'm sure you all have them, and I know that there are members of the public who have questions also.
Thank you. Counselor Menke.
Just I would like to thank both of you for your work on this. This is my 3rd year of working on this project, and it's been a up and down battle to get to this point. Just a couple of comments. Someone spoke about a regional EOC and having it for 4 towns. That might be a good idea, I think, but if the emergency is in my town specific, I don't want to have to drive all the way to Berlin to sit in the EOC to talk about my town, which is right here. I'd rather, if we're going to do it, then do an EOC for us, and everybody else can do their own. But if we're going to plan for extravaganza, why would you go to Weathersfield to plan for something that's right down the street? It doesn't make sense to me. So I appreciate the fact that it might save money and it might be in the long term help with other towns. But I'm more concerned with Newington and I'd rather the OC here in Newington with dedicated to us. I just have a couple questions here about the EOC project. You list the purchase price of 1.8 million, but then you list the grant is 1 million,
Yes.
and then we're going to put in another 833 million, and that's just.
Well, if you've got it, you're welcome.
There you go again, Tim. Tax and spend. So we're going to use $1.8 million just to renovate 55,000 square feet?
No, 1.8 million is to purchase the
Right.
building and the parcel.
Okay.
Yep. And then the other 1.833 is for the renovation of the EOC space.
Just the 5,000 square feet we're going to use for the EOC.
Yes.
Is that, it seems an awful lot of money for 5,000 square feet.
So that includes, there's some internal components that will be incorporated into that build that are essential to an EOC operation. Some FF&E items, that are specific for that type of functions in that building. You have, depending, again, we've had some iterations, so depending on, what spaces can be shared, what spaces have to be delineated for specific use and other agency use will change the cost and change our design and our build.
Okay, so I think probably some of the public's confusion is the numbers. And I think for whenever the public hearing is, it'd be helpful to spell out the purchase price, the associated costs for that purchase, if there's any other cost that we don't know about. What's gonna, because to me, it seemed, from from watching just HGTV, it seems like, $1.8 million to renovate 5,000 square feet is a whole lot of money. And I don't, but if there's other things included in that I don't know about, I think you should spell that out because the public wants to know where that money is going. I think right now it seems like we're putting a whole lot of money into 5,000 square feet. And I think we also talk about, one of the speakers or callers mentioned, ongoing upkeep. Although it's probably minimal because it's not that big a building and it's close to the regular facility. We should probably get an estimate of what electricity, heat, the maintenance is going to cost on that building. Just so to be transparent, everybody knows exactly what we're getting into. I think that would be beneficial. I think also I being working on this now for 3 years, I know that part of the property, like as you said, was when the EOC is not being used for an emergency, which is knock on wood, never. It can be used as a training center. It can be used for other things that might lend itself to that. But the primary function would be an EOC. The secondary function would be for other meetings or gatherings or whatever we needed to do that could fit that space. And then the extra space that would be vacant when the tenant moves out. We haven't decided, at least to my knowledge, what's going to happen to that space, but that would be a chance to give the town some room to expand on whatever we expand with. There's some chance to expand. I like the idea of having storage in the basement because I know that the CERT equipment has been moved from place to place to place, and some of it's been damaged because it's been sitting out in a spot that got kind of wet.
Yeah.
And it'd be good to have someplace where we could get to it if we needed to, because again, we don't want to ever use that equipment or the EOC, frankly. But we want it there that if we do need it, we don't have to say, well, now where are we going to put it? We have 5 minutes to figure out where we're going to put it. So I appreciate that. That's all my questions at this point, I think. But I think I think a list out of all the expenses would be good.
I mean, I can give you some rough, numbers in terms of what we've done so far. Under the previous town manager, we were directed to do a feasibility study with 3 different scenarios, using that space, with the same amount of square footage. And those budget numbers from the architect came in at 1.4 to 1.6.
Yeah, I don't,
the number may seem large at first, when you first hear it, but construction costs of a facility of this nature, I think tend to lend itself to that dollar figure. I think we're right in that where we need to be.
right. And I don't think we need to say what we can move somebody else there. That's not a discussion for this issue. I think just spelling out the potential cost, even if you give an estimate, is important because I think the taxpayers want to know where the money's going to go.
Sure.
And I think you need some explanation of this 1.8 million for renovations for 5,000 square feet, because that's gonna be to me, if I was a taxpayer, I'd say, that's a lot of money for to renovate 5,000 square feet. So tell me.
You are a taxpayer.
I am a taxpayer.
Under the grant, we are obligated to expend 1.333, no matter what, because the grant's $1 million and our match is 333,000. So we would not spend less than that.
Right, but. So we're spending 1.8 million.
We haven't spent anything.
Spent
anything.
That's CIP money.
Right, okay. But we're gonna spend 1.8 to buy the building.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so I think that's important to spell that, because I know people are gonna wonder, because both numbers seem alike, it seems confusing to them, and that seems like a lot of money to still.
So 1.83 is the budget that we currently have
Yes.
without asking for any more additional funds.
Right.
Our goal is not to spend that,
Right.
obviously, is to spend less, but it's the number that we
Right,
have
okay,
currently in our account.
okay, so then maybe in a caveat that you may spend less than the 1.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that's,
If that's,
because if the way it looks
Clear.
now, you look like
For
we're
sure.
spending 3.6 to buy a building and renovate it. And we're not,
no,
right?
not at all.
Okay.
Counselor Siniakis.
Thank you for the presentation, guys. Appreciate it. Super pumped that we can talk about this in the public now too. It's been a long time. As you guys, notion to earlier, there is like a lot of public concern. So I'm sure like everyone else on the council did, I was looking online to see like what people were saying about it. So I have 5 questions, that came up the most as I was like sifting through all like the responses to this. So bear with me. A lot of this you've answered already, but I want to make it a point that these are the questions that the people in the town have. So I want to ask them directly to you. Some of them are really quick answers, so be concise if you can. So I'll just start. How much is the total cost?
Of which
which?
portion of
Just
the
the
project?
entire purchasing, renovation, all of it. Just how much is it gonna cost?
Purchasing, go ahead.
No, after you.
The purchase of the building is $1.8 million. There was special appropriation, which would allocate money out of the general fund. The EOC project currently has budgeted dollars available of 1.833 million, 1 million from the grant and 833,000 in the CIP currently.
What is the impact it will have on the tax roll?
These two amounts, the 1.8 and the 1.833, will not impact taxes. The 1.8 million is coming from the general fund. That's money that's already been allocated into the general fund. And the 1.833 million for the EOC project, of that, only 833,000 is in CIP. It's already in CIP. It's not a future ask.
And what about losing the private property aspect of it and it becoming town-based, like taxes wise?
We will lose that tax revenue on the property. It's roughly $36,000 a year.
Okay. But then we also have plans to try and relocate this business into another part of
Yes.
the town, right?
Yes.
We have
are-
worked with the current business owner, trying to find another home here in Newington and keeping them as
In
part of
town.
our community.
Yep.
All right, almost there. Why do we need this?
So, 2 things. The dedicated EOC, which is very important for us to be able to properly plan and mitigate risks in our town, but also it future-proofs town services. It's a building that's located very close to the existing town campus buildings that will allow us to provide services better to our residents, because we will be able to move other town services into this building and have another department or 2 in a space that's more appropriate for what they do to service the community.
All right, last one. What is its intended use?
The EOS.
The EOC
Roughly
building.
5,000 square feet right now is intended to be used as a dedicated emergency operations center. But again, that space can be used for other things when it's not being used as an EOC. And then the remainder of the first floor would be intended to be used for other town services and the basement for town storage.
the EOC itself is, too many people often just think of a weather emergency. We have a
Yeah.
snowstorm, we have to open the EOC. It's so much more than that. Again, hopefully we never have to deal with any of those types of emergencies. But as Lauren talked about earlier, the planning portion for reducing our risk and mitigating our risk for our assets, for all types of different emergencies that could possibly happen is huge. And you can't even think about all of them, unfortunately. So to work, to plan for them, to keep our community in our, best possible shape possible through these crises is really important. And it's some things we don't want to talk about because we like to have them more little, we want to just be able to help and respond without people knowing exactly how that's happening.
Yeah, those are the questions that were asked the most online. So hopefully now people with those concerns can come back and either watch this or go to the minutes and have a direct answer to those. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, thank you so much. You did a very good job with the presentation and clarifying a lot of the questions that we have had over time and that we've had in our executive session discussions. I think it's very clear to me, hopefully to residents, that this is not going to be or would not be a space that is open with it is wide open space, closed with the doors locked until some catastrophic event occurs. That this will have multiple uses and there are crises that occur, whether it be weather, whether it be of some other nature, but also, I think, as you mentioned, training facility with large town events where there would be staging opportunities. CERT would be able to take advantage of this and other entities as well. You've talked about it's a FEMA grant, is that correct?
Correct.
You've talked about it, but if you could just one more time clarify the trajectory of that grant from when it was submitted and approved to where we are now, and there were and are requirements and deadlines that need to be followed. So if you could just follow that again.
In 2021, the town considered applying for this grant. And before they did that, they submitted a plan to Dennis, to the state, and said, if we submitted this under the grant application, would it qualify for a new build of an EOC? Dennis came back and said, yes, this meets the grant requirements. Later on in 2021, the grant application was submitted. And then in 2022, it was awarded to the town. So since 2022, we have known that we would be receiving the $1 million grant for the building of a new standalone EOC. Since that mid-2022 date, this project has gone through several project managers, several town managers, and 2 mayors and councils. And the project in its current iteration is to have a substantial renovation done inside the OFI building. And we did get that approved under the auspices of the grant, that money can be used for a substantial renovation and didn't have to be used for a build standalone EOC. However, the timeline for completing the project started when the grant was awarded to us.
Our clock is ticking.
That clock has always been ticking this whole time. It wasn't just when we decided on the location, then the clock would start. The clock has always been going. So where we are now is that we are supposed to have a substantial amount of the work completed by August of 2025. And that right now does not seem feasible with the fact that we have not technically gotten the site approval or started any of the planning or architectural designs of the EOC. So we're behind on the grant requirements. And again, potentially, depending on how this all plays out now, we may need to ask for an extension, but it would be a short-term extension. We still would have to get the work substantially completed, I believe, within 6 months of that August 2025 deadline.
So we would, as a town, would have to prove to FEMA a good faith effort
Yes, correct.
by
Yes.
moving along with the construction and the renovation and reconstruction of whatever needs to be done.
And the repercussion of not doing that is that we would then forfeit the grant and the project would not move forward with grant monies.
Thank you. Answered it very well.
Counselor Nagel.
Thank you. I've listed things down. Some of the questions I have been partially answered previously, so I'll try to make this so you're not repeating again, even though it's, for us, it's a little bit to take in. I imagine for the public hearing it for the first time, it's even more confusing, even though when it's simply spelled out, which I think we all agree we need to do, not only for us, but also for the public. So here, just to list questions to make it clear. The proposal of what we're doing now does not have anything to do with building a new building on that site.
Correct.
It's totally for renovation of the property that's there.
Correct.
Okay, there is a tenant there right now, as you've mentioned, and there is a tentative agreement for him to stay there for 9 months. Are we able to state to the public what that rent is per month so the public knows the property's not even being bought, but also that money's coming into the property? Or is it too soon to?
It's too soon. They currently have a rental agreement in place with the building owner, and we are attempting to work out a lease with them that keeps their expense the same, that, you know, that they would give us the same rental amount. But we are still in lease negotiations with them. So I wouldn't think that we can give that number.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that because I know people will say, oh, well, what?
Yeah.
By the time of the public hearing, do you think that matter will be cleared up so that they will know that? Or is that an unfair question?
That's definitely my goal, is to have that cleared up. We have a draft lease. It was reviewed again yesterday with the town attorney. We have some more changes, and then we'll be getting it over to the business owner, hopefully within the next day or two. And hopefully, yes, by that May 28th date, we would have a more firm lease agreement that I can give out those kind of specific dollar amounts.
Okay, to change, thank you. Yep. And I realize in asking the question that it might not be something that could be answered. Just to repeat, the building will be used for other planning, including CERT, not only CERT planning and events that are appropriate, but also for storage on the bottom level. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, as well, just people have asked me that specifically about CERT, so. And from what I understand, the trend is to have each towns to have their own space and not to have regional options. I know it's been mentioned before.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Is there anything specific additionally to what's been said that could state that case as being a good one or appropriate one or beneficial to the town?
And DJ, if you want to chime in, go ahead.
Yeah, I can take
Sorry.
that.
Yeah.
So, while it's a good concept to say, hey, we want to potentially regionalize, again, when that emergency hits, all the towns are kind of going to be figuring out, for lack of a better term, what to do and how to manage their own resources. So having our own EOC takes out the variables that says we're going to focus on Newington, and we're going to recover from whatever the event is, and we're going to manage our resources appropriately. Having the space in the event that other towns need to come in and maybe assist us, and not cram into a small room, gives us an opportunity to work with communities that may not be affected by whatever the event is. So we would invite them in. There is certainly collaboration but the focus, again, I think really needs to be on what's happening in Newington, how are we using our resources, and how are we recovering from whatever event has happened.
Okay, thank you. I know we've gone over the costs for renovation and the purchase. You foresee there being any additional costs at this time or not?
The 1.833 that is set aside for the EOC project, I would anticipate can complete the EOC project fully. The only thing that I could anticipate being an additional cost would be the actual moving of a town department into the other space. But we're not talking astronomical expenses.
Like I figured that might be a question that would come up, but not be a major thing. Just to change again, the property itself, it's the 3 acres, 3 point whatever acres, plus the building itself. In order for the town to do this, it will be taken off the tax rolls, I would assume. And I don't know whether that makes a huge difference tax-wise or funds coming into the town or not, but something needs at least to be mentioned to everyone. And there are no plans to use the land, just to be clear, to use the land beyond the building renovation itself at this time.
Correct. There's no intention of touching the green space.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Both of you. A lot of hard work, I know, over the years. A lot of things that we knew about to some extent in executive sessions, but could not share. And now we're finally able to do so. So thank you again.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I have many questions and many comments, and I'm going to say every one of them. So a couple things. I'll start with the questions, and I have to preface and say thank you for your presentation and also for your resiliency and commitment to this process, which at times has looked impossible, and I'm sure has felt impossible. And so I just want to commend your diligence, you and Joe and DJ and everybody who has had a hand in this over many years, and your work to bring this information to us and to the public. So thank you. One question I have to start, there was a bit of an exchange around with Councilor Menke around the remaining space outside of the EOC and what cost may accrue for renovation of that additional space. Is the lack of our ability to identify what that cost could be, I assume that's directly connected to just the fact right now that we don't know what will be in the remaining space. Is that correct?
I would think, yeah, that's a fair assumption.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Can you speak to, you've spoken to this a bit, can you speak to our obligations and limitations on what we can utilize this $1 million grant for, very specifically and succinctly, if you can?
Sure. This type of grant is for a standalone EOC or a substantial renovation. So we cannot use this grant for, say, upgrading an existing conference room in town hall. That would not meet the requirements of the grant.
Great, thank you. And I know that there was a comment around the space and the grant having some provision around a space that the town purchases or that the town currently owns. Can you speak to that at all?
The town needs to own wherever the EOC is going to be, which is why we would need to purchase the building and then do the EOC project within the building that we now own.
Thank you so much for that. It's been spoken to a bit. Can you speak to a bit more why the current EOC that we have, and I hesitate to even call it that, but why the current EOC infrastructure that we have is not sufficient?
Sure.
Please.
The current EOC is the police department roll call room. That's the primary use of that space. It's not primarily used as an EOC, so that use takes precedence, as it should, that's their room. In addition to that, it's also relatively small, and the equipment that we need is not in that location. So to open the EOC requires us to transport different equipment from different other town buildings. And I think Scott Charlo said it when he was up here talking to all of you, that it takes hours to transition that space into an EOC. So it's too small, it's not the primary use, and it's an inefficient setup.
And certainly if it's an emergency
We
circumstance.
don't have hours.
We don't have hours. Thank you. You spoke to a bit the specificity around the ordinance versus the referendum and a special appropriation. You said obviously the 1.5 threshold is that for a referendum. What is that bottom threshold for an ordinance, or excuse me? Yes, what is the percentage for an ordinance that we're now required to make a special appropriation?
So it's not a percentage, it's an amount, and I don't have the charter in front of me. I
That's fine.
believe it's an amount in excess of 975,000 and up to 1.5% of the
Great.
appropriation.
Lauren, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I thought I was
Good.
remembering it correctly.
Good.
So an amount under the 975, you all can pass by resolution. An amount in the middle that goes between 975,000 and up to that 1.5% of the annual budget appropriation is passed by the council by ordinance. And the difference is that an ordinance requires a public hearing, requires you to listen to the public first. And then anything in excess of that 1.5% would be what triggered a referendum vote.
Great. Thank you for that. Those are all the questions I have. Many have already been asked that I had, so I appreciate that. I'm just gonna speak a little bit to this process, to the EOC project. Again, want to thank you for your diligence throughout this process. You know, I want to lift up a bit of what Councilor Page said around us inheriting this project and this process, because I think the previous administration rightfully identified that this is a necessity in a town of our size that is growing at our rate, that has the level of infrastructure and services that we enjoy in a town. And I agree that to the same extent they identified it, that remains truer today than it even did then, to all of us. And so I want to lift that up. And I want to also emphasize that the work that DJ has done as the emergency operations manager, who would oversee this unit, this space, is our direct liaison and a part of the process that has spoken to emergency needs in this town. And obviously other departments like the police department and the volunteer fire department and EMS and others, presumably, even IT would be involved in that process as well.
Planning phase as well. Yes.
Absolutely. So I just want to emphasize that. I want to emphasize what Councilor or Deputy Mayor Rada said about this being flexible space. But I also want to say flexible space, meaning it is not shut off to the public, and, you know, God bless you if you want to get in for that price tag. I certainly hope it wouldn't be. That being said, I know that there have been a lot of discussions, and I'm very strongly in support of shifting human services into that space, given the needs of that department and how I've understood them in discussions with staff and with others and with community members in particular, who find that space insufficient for the needs that it is supposed to tend to. And I do believe it's important that we know what that remaining 60% of that space will be used for prior to acquisition. I think that's very important, because at the end of the day, the taxpayer, as many folks have spoken to already, it needs to have a sense of what that space will supplement in our community, whether it's service or a flexible space or storage or whatever it might be. They need a very firm sense of what that is. And so I hope that well, I'll ask, do you think that we could have a strong sense of perhaps a department or other uses that would be integrated into that space prior to or shortly after the public hearing? And kind of as an addition to that, the associated costs that might be there as well. Do you think that that's something that we would have or could have?
I think we can work towards numbers for you. I think, as you stated, Human Services has, in the work that it does, has outgrown its current space. They obviously do a ton for our community. And it's just not, the space they're in is usable and workable, but obviously they can use they can use more space. That's an easy one, I guess, so to speak. Not easy in the terms of, it's probably the most important one, and it's the easiest identified for us. Cost to move them, I can work on for you, but they are probably one of the most important departments that we've talked about thus far. There has been some others, or a combination of a couple. Our building is great, don't get me wrong, but as the community grows, our staff grows, our resources need to grow with it, and that's kind of where we're at with some of our town departments currently.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and I think it would be, if at all possible, and I understand you've got a lot of work ahead of you on a million other things. So if at all possible, I think having that information is extremely important. And I also think not just as related to space, but with the actual EOC itself, I think Human Services being in that space in close proximity to a center where emergency operations would be run out of would be important for, emergency provisions of food or overnight,
That department is a key component in our emergency operations center.
Exactly.
She's
So-
front and center with us.
Thank you for that. So, I'll leave it at that there. I think masquerading in the background in a lot of this, frankly, is that a lot of folks, and I try to stay away from Facebook, but I look online often, and a lot of folks raised very legitimate and strong concerns around feeling like angsty or bereaved that we had outgrown this brand new, beautiful space. And I want to emphasize that I agree. And actually, I'm very upset and was very upset. Lauren can attest when I first found out that we had outgrown this space, because I think it is a travesty to have spent that level of taxpayer dollars on a space like this and to have outgrown it so quickly. I think it's an utter travesty. That being said, this is the reality of our situation. This is the reality of the circumstances that we as a town now have to take in stride. And when departments and staff tell us that they do not have sufficient space to do the most basic needs and duties, I think we ought to take that very seriously and take them at their word, because I think they're speaking to a very clear reality. Whatever brought us to that reality is another question that I don't have the energy to litigate, and I hope nobody does. But that is the reality of our situation. I want to be clear to the public listening in that we are not taking any action on a special appropriation tonight. We are not taking any action as it relates to earmarking, a specific part of CIP for this purpose. If we take any action at all, it will be to set a public hearing so that we can continue this public discussion. Because it is vitally important that the public be an intimate part of this process, and any process before us as a council, but particularly one of this scale and size, and that could have such implications for the future of our town and our town center, or our municipal center. So I'll kind of leave it at that before I get a text from my mom telling me I'm going on too long, but or I get myself in trouble. That'll happen too. But I'll just say, I hope that folks can identify that there is a process here, and that process has been going on for many years before tonight, and will go on for some time after. And they can identify that process. They can find their place in that process. and move away from the cynicism that we see online that says that there's something clandestine or rushed or wrong or corrupt about the process. Because I think the previous administration hit it on the nail in identifying this as a necessity. And I think it's important that we move forward in that spirit and listen to the community so that we can think about ways that we can accomplish these goals. So that's where I'll leave it. Thanks a lot. Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments. First of all, you folks are amazing. Not just because it's 10:15 and everybody's tired and you've had a lot of questions
We
that
had to get on the road at 6:45 this morning.
you
so.
guys, yeah, so first, you really are amazing. And I say that not just because of this presentation, which everyone has acknowledged has been fantastic, but we've had the privilege, as I said before, and if 30,000 people for the last 3 years, 4 years, or however long I've been involved, have been involved in the executive sessions and heard you go through excruciatingly, and I mean that in the best way, thoughtful, thorough research and examination of the implications for the safety of our residents, for the responsible expenditure of dollars that our residents work hard to raise and then give us in the form of tax revenue. I think the 30,000 folks would be less cynical and feel that this is somehow rushed or is being done under the cover of night. In fact, it's been not rushed at all. It's been, again, very thorough and very thoughtful, thanks to you and your efforts. And you've kept us very, very informed, and the previous administration and previous town managers. And it will continue to be transparent now that we can talk about this in the public. And I would also say that we have had understandable concerns from the library and Park and Rec about our parking situation. At some point, we're going to do something about our 65-year-old pools. And when we do, whether it's in the footprint there or somewhere else, and at some point, when we do something with our library, with an expansion, not this year, maybe not next year, but at some point, there will be increased parking problems. This is an opportunity to address some of those parking concerns if we in fact decide to go ahead with this. And I think that would be a great benefit to all of our residents. I would also say that we talk a lot about needs versus wants, and that's a good thing. This, in my view, having had the benefit of countless 11 p.m. executive sessions on this, is not any one bit a want. We're not talking about building a fountain with the Red Sox logo at the top, which I would really like if we could
Never
do that,
approve
but
that.
Come on, man. This is a very serious need for our town for so many reasons, as was referenced earlier about the Newtown shooting, God forbid, or some other tragedy, as well as planning for that. So I look forward to hearing from the town. I look forward to greater specificity on the expenditure. And I hope we don't get to a place that apparently was gotten to in the building this town hall, which was too small before the first shovel went in the ground. That's not my opinion. If you talk to any department head, they shall be nameless, they will tell you that it was too small before the first shovel went in the ground. So this will benefit Newington, in my opinion, on so many levels. For safety first, but also for the footprint of our town and the services that we can provide more fully. And that's what they deserve. So thank you.
Counselor Mankey.
I think one of the hangups, I think in the general public, and I kind of understand what the charter says about the referendum and that limit, but I think that's probably because that's new for the town. It usually we would take everything out to referendum. So I would maybe request that we get a legal opinion to say that this is possible based on the charter. It would just allay people's fears that we're just making up these numbers. I know the numbers are there and I know I understand them, but I think a legal opinion would hold some credibility to the process.
We did get that legal opinion.
Right, but I think I would get a legal opinion from the current town attorney and signed. The legal opinion I had from him was just, yeah, it's okay to do this, but it wasn't, I didn't see it signed as a legal opinion should be. So I would just ask.
A formal letter.
Yeah. Formal letter. I got what he said and I understood it, but I think it would allay the public if we have something on a formal letterhead saying that this is how we can proceed. I'm just trying to make sure that make sure all bases are covered. So there's no question that, well, yeah, sure you got it, but we got it. No, the public didn't get it.
Yep.
And I think we should give it to the public.
Councilor Draco.
I'm back to question, regarding, well, actually, it's just a comment, kind of going off of what Councilor Ford said. I think since, once this goes forward, you're gonna start doing the architectural drawings and whatever, quite soon, perhaps in June. If we knew what other departments were moving into there, they can do the whole floor plan at once.
That's correct.
Versus, waiting until next year, whatever, so
Yes.
it would be very helpful. And then number two, it just seems obvious that we're gonna need an extension. So first of all, how confident are you that these extensions are granted? And could we start the wheels moving on that now? So, because God forbid, if they deny the extension, this would put this whole thing in jeopardy, so.
So DJ is on, I'll ask him to unmute and speak to this. But I know that he has already reached out to the state and said, this is a potential, this is where the project is, and that they've indicated that an extension would not be out of line. So we don't anticipate any hiccups with the extension being granted. That February 1st date of applying for the extension is roughly 6 months prior to when we're supposed to have the substantial completion done. And that was the timeframe that the state gave to DJ as when we would need to. Whether we could apply for it prior to that, I'm not sure. I would have to have him ask the state if that would be appropriate, or if we really should wait until we're really more
To get the full 6
ahead.
months.
Yeah, and because part of that asking for that extension is they will want to see our architectural and design plans, and we won't have them done, for some time.
Right. No, it's not shortening the 6 month time. It's just letting them know that this is gonna be a possibility. And
They are
Kind of give them a
aware.
heads up.
They are, DJ has given them a heads up. They are aware.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, so I guess it's up to me. I have one question only and just a couple comments. I guess my first question, because I did see this online and make sure that that it's addressed, because I've toured the building myself, and from walking in, it looks like a beautiful space. It looks in tip-top condition. Basement there was no water damage, everything looked good, but I wanted to just make sure, in your research, is there any abatements or remediations or anything like that this building would require that you know of?
Not that we know at this point. We have a due diligence phase through the process where we will obtain any surveys or inspections that were done previously. We can vet them, do more should we see fit. We can inspect all equipment, all systems. So from my inspection, from what I have seen and talked to the previous owner, I can see the building permits that have been pulled over the years for the work that is done in the space. I think it's a very solid and well-maintained space.
Yeah, that was really my question there on that. And just to comment and sort of touch on what everyone else has said, I think, again, this was something, we've sort of inherited and to try and, pick the pieces on. But I think, from there's a temptation to look back on the past and to re-litigate, past things. And that's not me. I'm not interested in doing that at all. I think it makes the most sense looking forward. And I think, we're a growing community. There's, 1,000 empty units currently that are going to be filled at some point. And, we are a growing community and we have to accommodate for that. And I think, as we grow, having space to grow into is important. So I think there's a lot to be desired from this project. And I think it's a good use of our town energy and what we can do. So I feel good about it. I would feel comfortable moving forward on the resolution to do the 824 referral today. I don't know if anyone else's thoughts on that.
I agree.
Okay, very good. So I guess, if there's no other further question or comment, I would ask Councilor Ford to read the resolution. Sorry about it. Excuse me.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with the Town Council Rules of Procedure, Section 14, voting adopted April 9th, 2024, hereby moves to allow action on new business agenda item number 11C, thank you, to authorize Jamie Trevathan, acting town manager, to submit to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission for its report in accordance with Section 8-24 of the Connecticut General Statutes, a review of the purchase of the property located at 28 Barfield Street, Newington, Connecticut. Be it further resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby directs and authorizes Jamie Trevathan, acting town manager, to submit to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission for its report in accordance with Section 8-24 of the Connecticut General Statutes, a review of the purchase of the property located at 28 Barfield Street, Newington.
Point of order, do we need to vote differently, separately?
vote twice?
Yeah, vote twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So you made the first motion.
I did.
Do we have a second for that? Seconded by Council Gonzalez. Any discussion on the first item? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, so back to the second motion. Matt, you already read it and made the motion.
Second.
Seconded by Council Gonzalez. Any further discussion on that?
You need public
I think
participation.
To allow
Public
public participation during the
participation.
discussion on this item.
Oh, okay, so
On
now,
this side.
okay, so now we open it up for public participation. All right, so now we will open it up for public participation.
But we're only, for which participation,
Only for this agenda. Only on the A24 referral. Yes.
So we're clear.
Yes, this is only in reference to the 824 referral. So just referring this to planning and zoning. That's what this is on. Yep.
Thank you.
So, Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. When you refer this to planning and zoning, so I'm gonna get around your little tactic there, honey. Because I want to say, I'm not against this. It's just, we need a lot more information. We still didn't get the information we need. And also, please remember, you said you don't want it in neighborhoods, but there's homes directly across from OFI and right next to it. So it's in a neighborhood. So be considerate to those people that own the homes when you're speaking of this. And I'll finish the rest of it later at this next public participation.
Thank you. Do have one online. Go right ahead, Ms. Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I'm probably more confused now than I was in the beginning, but I think I get this, that this motion is just to give the town manager authorization to forward an 824 referral to the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm one of the ones that want to know what's the rush, and I'm getting the feeling that the rush is to get this money allocated or get the sale or the buying of the property done by the end of the fiscal year in order to take advantage of being able to use one of these special appropriations, one of the two allowed every year. Could somebody just tell me exactly why this can't wait until the next meeting? I think there was two different scenarios given in the packet. I don't have it in front of me. I'm all in favor of an emergency operations building and use for some of the town offices, but like Dana, I too will give my opinions on some other things at another time, but I just want to know why it has to go tonight and why it can't wait 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have one other online. Looks like this from before. All right, go right ahead, Mr. Gruskowski. Oh, hands down, never mind. All right,
He's muted.
I unmuted him.
Mr. Kurtz.
Yeah, Rose just said what I wanted to say, but I'll follow up in the next public participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Very good. Any other comments on public participation related to the 824 referral to planning and zoning? Seeing none, all right, we have a motion on the table and a second. Any further discussion on this? Council Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering, thank you to those who spoke. I'm wondering if, Lauren, you could speak to a little bit the timeline again here. You spoke to it earlier a bit, and I apologies if this is out of order, but
I
I'm
think
wondering.
it's a good point.
I'm wondering if you could speak to the timeline here for the grant, for the, as it relates to special appropriation, et cetera.
Sure.
Thank you.
So there's two aspects of the timeline. The first is the special appropriation, and your charter allows you to have 2 special appropriations within 1 fiscal year. We are so close to the end of this fiscal year and the start of a new one. You certainly can approve the special appropriation in the next fiscal year, but with the understanding that if you do so, you use up at the beginning of the fiscal year, one of your opportunities for special appropriations. So if something were to happen next year that would require funding from the general fund, and I can't say that it will, but if it were, you only have one opportunity left. We have the ability to do this within the current fiscal year and not use one of next year's possible special appropriations. The other aspect is the longer it takes us to do any of these items, the further that timeline gets pushed out and the further away we get from the substantial completion by August of 2025 and being given the extension of that 6 months.
So we run the risk of losing the grant,
Correct,
$1 million.
correct.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for clarifying. All right, motion in a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. All right. We are gonna move on in the agenda. We have
Need
another.
to set the public,
Oh, what?
the other resolution.
No, I didn't. we did them both.
Prior to.
No, we want to.
Oh,
Public hearing.
That's the top one, sir.
Yeah, we did the top
Skip
one.
the public- No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
There's a motion for 8-24 and there's a motion to set a public hearing date.
I don't see the
It's right
motion.
here.
for the-
It's the page before.
Before the ones we just did.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Page four.
Oh, that was my mistake.
Here, the-
Sorry,
Here's the
that
wording.
was my mistake. All right, we got one more.
We're newbies.
All right. Counselor Gonzalez, you mind reading these ones?
No.
You saying no?
Am I reading the right ones, though?
Yes.
Yeah,
Just make sure you're on the right page.
It's resolved introduction and then resolved.
This one.
We just read.
No, just to clarify,
About the public hearing.
I thought we were, are we on this page?
No, we're on this
No.
page.
Okay, just want to make sure.
We did that page first.
Read it first about, it mentions a public hearing.
All right, thank you.
That was my bad, sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
They're
That's why
similar,
we're a
but it's
team.
different.
And it's 10:35, so
Okay, ready?
Yes,
there you
ma'am.
go.
There you go.
Okay, resolved, the Newington Town Council in accordance with the Town Council Rules of Procedure, Section 14 voting adopted April 9th, 2024, hereby moves to allow action on new business agenda item
11C.
See,
11C to schedule a public hearing on May 28th, 2024 at 6:15 PM to consider the proposed special appropriation ordinance for the purchase of the property located at 28 Garfield Street.
Second.
Second by Counselor Menke. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, and there's the next one, Kathy.
You need public participation with the rules.
No, they need to make a motion. for the actual
Sorry, I'm ahead of
resolution,
myself,
and then
ahead of myself, sorry.
Take some.
Keep moving?
You'll see, yeah.
Yes,
resolution
okay.
and recommendation for calling.
Okay, introduction. I hereby introduce for the town council's consideration the proposed special appropriation ordinance for the purchase of the property located at 28 Garfield Street.
So introduced by Kathy.
Introduced by Kathy. By me? Is that what it is? And now the next one. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby schedules a public hearing on May 28th, 2024 at 6:15 PM to consider the proposed special appropriation ordinance for the purchase of the property located at 28 Garfield Street, Newington, Connecticut.
Second.
Second by Deputy Mayor Rada.
That was a rough one.
All right, and we will open up to public participation on this particular item on scheduling a public hearing for May 28th. All right.
Oh, you have,
Come on up.
is it Cassandra?
Yes. Good evening, Cassandra Masano, 79 Lantern Hill. As a newbie to this forum, I just want to ask, how does the public go about getting information about the length of time period that they have to speak? The information that you provided earlier, ma'am, about the EOC, the funding, everything, you said that you may provide it prior to the public meeting. If we could just get clarification on that so we can all come prepared, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good point.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other public participation. We have a motion in a second. Any just further discussion on this? Oh, nope, someone just raised their hand. Oh, all right, there we go, Mr. Lyons. All right, Ms. Lyons, go right ahead.
I had my hand raised, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive, and this probably is an old rule, but you can vote after 10:30 on a new item? Or is it after? you have to vote?
Yes, that was adopted in the rule change on April 9th.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Did you waive the rules on that? Did you ask if you could vote after 10:30?
We don't have to. We adjusted our rules
Oh, you
of
don't have
procedure
to
on-
anymore?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll have to get a copy of that approved rules of procedure. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So motion in a second, and we do have some discussion. Counselor Mankey.
Yeah, just so we're clear, we're only approving scheduling a hearing.
Yes.
At the hearing, the general public, everybody who's in town can sit in these seats and tell us what they want us to do. But we're setting a hearing so they can do that. And they can do that by coming here, or they can do it by phoning in on the phone, or they can do it by sending in an email. But there's, between now and the 28th, there's 2 weeks, holiday included, to give us your thoughts and your feelings, and hopefully we'll get the information out to people as quickly as possible of the costs and the timelines. But if not, it certainly will be there on the 28th where people can come and speak. And it's 4 minutes you get to speak.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, to Ms. Masano's comment, I appreciate that. And I think we can also look, I mean, there are various venues where we can make sure that public has all the information necessary prior to the 28th. So I'm just proposing, we have local newspapers that we can submit information to. There are always, for example, TPZ always has notifications for their public hearings, and I think we could probably the same thing.
I think we have to.
I think we have to.
Yeah.
On our
We have to,
website,
this is an ordinance.
as many places.
Yeah, it'll be.
Yeah, and as many opportunities as possible.
Agreed. Counselor Page.
I was just going to thank Ms. Havens and Ms. Masano and everyone who participated, and the folks online, Ms. Lyons and Mr. Kriskowski. I appreciate all of you giving us your opinion, whether you support this or not, or whether you have tough questions. You should, because it's an important issue. I sincerely thank you all for your participation.
Counselor Floyd.
Just very briefly, I'll just say, as it relates to this presentation, which I'm sure we'll get to another spot online as well, and perhaps some additional information as is necessary. But this presentation is in the council agenda for this meeting, which is on the town website. Navigate to town council, go to the meetings, and you'll see it there in the agenda as well. And we can certainly do all that we can to disperse it as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, we have a motion in a second. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Public hearing set for the 28th. All right. Now we are moving along to item 11D. Very good. Thank you so much for coming up. We're moving on to new business item 11D, LGBTQ plus Pride Month. As we are in the very beginning of, we're in our first meeting in May. June 1st is right around the corner, and I was thinking about Pride Month and possible Pride celebration. So we thought we would raise a discussion and see if there's anything we can get going for the month of June. So I'll just open it up for comments or questions or concerns or thoughts. Personally, I'd like to see a pride flag raised in town, but that's just me. So sitting here and other thoughts. Councilor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I think that if you look at what's happening in our country, if you look at the FBI's data on the rise in the last 8 years of hate crimes against people in the LGBTQ plus community, people are being killed because of who they are. And I think that if you look at that data and then we reflect on our role as leaders in this town to make sure first and foremost that everyone in our community feels safe, and then just equally important feels that we represent them and that they have every right to be here fully as citizens, as residents in our community, along with everyone else. When I reflect on that, I feel it's my responsibility to show leadership and make a statement about my values as a leader, an elected leader for every single resident of this town. And so I would like to see us fly the flag, the pride flag, on our flagpole. I would like to look at what we could do in other areas of town to represent that community so they feel that we see them and we hear them and we feel them and we represent them and that they will be safe and loved and represented. I also, as part of this discussion, would like us to think about how we utilize our 4x8 billboards on the town green and in front of CVS. I believe we have a process where someone could go through the town and apply Park and Rec to have their message posted. I would like for us to have a consideration for that to be done for flags moving forward. I know there's been some concern about the implications of us taking a position on this. Would other groups, those groups that may represent something less than reflects on our values, want to do something similar? That would force a difficult discussion publicly about that. But I think that the stakes are high and warrant taking that risk and making those tough decisions based on our values and our position of leadership. And that those individuals, any individual or group, should have a right to at least apply to represent their organization and what that represents to them. And because we represent those folks too. I would say that the exception in my view would be, and I hope it would be obvious to everyone else, any group that represents hate or the denigration or exclusion of all of our residents. And so that's my position on this. And I appreciate you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. And I welcome the conversation.
Thank you, Councilor Page. Councilor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. I think it's very important and tough act to follow, Councilor Page. I think you said, I agree with everything that you said. And I think we can definitely think outside the box and come up with some different things and ways that we can celebrate. And it might be a good idea to think about forming a committee or some so that we can get together and come up with some good ideas.
Councilor Gonzalez. Councilor Menke.
Just to, you know, the sign is the center of town and by CVS are controlled by Parks and Rec, and you have to sign up for those. So I would hope somewhere in the month of June, one of those signs would be available to be whatever we want to put up, but they may also be booked because people have things they're having, you know, events they're having that's covered. So if nothing else, we could get the sign. If they're both booked, if they're all booked for this year, I don't think you want to bump somebody who's already reserved it for because they have a special ZD dinner or something. But we could get it for next year, and then every year after at a certain week, that would be our, you know, the councils or the towns. Excuse me, the towns sign, but we have to go through the Parks and Rec. I only know that because I've done that a number of times, get it written outside. Now, it's never available on the week that I want it. It's always available the week before, the week after, but it's never available when I want it.
Counselor. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add, I think that I want to appreciate what Councilor Page said around the national trends right now as it relates to LGBTQ folks, whether they're facing discrimination or violence or exclusion or abuse. It's not new. And the unfortunate reality is it will likely be with us for some time, but it is as much an issue for young people today as it has ever been, and perhaps more, given the attacks on trans rights and on trans siblings across the country. And that is not at the exclusion of us here in Newington. And I think we can recognize that and still recognize we have a beautiful town with wonderful people and terrific diversity and great Newington values. We can also nonetheless recognize that we have progress to be made still when it comes to bullying, when it comes to mental health, when it comes to support services for our youth, or for anyone who finds themselves a part of an underserved or underrepresented community. So I think that raising the flag is a wonderful, more than symbol, but wonderful statement to the community that you are loved, you're appreciated, you're welcome, you're a part of our town. We see your struggle and we see the difficulties that you go through, but we also see your pride and we see your grace and we see your patience and happiness and joy. So I think raising the flag at Town Hall is a wonderful opportunity. And beyond that, I think, should we want to do additional work? I know some communities have done work around crosswalks, painted crosswalks, in between the white lines. They've painted the rainbow colors, or, I've seen some towns do some even more elaborate designs. But I think taking steps in those directions is a great thing. And again, sends more than a symbol. It's really a resounding statement that means quite a lot to a lot of members of our community. So thanks, Mayor, for bringing it to the agenda.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tiniakis.
I love the idea. I think it's something that will open the door for a lot of fun, a lot of inclusion. Hopefully by making it an official act on our regards, it'll evolve throughout the years into, a nice big event that people look forward to. I think the idea of a committee is great. And I really appreciate the notion of many friends, family members who identify to be LGBTQ+, and I just think that this is something that sends a strong message to our community, and the community can get involved. I think it just it's all around just a good thing.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm gonna soapbox just briefly on this discussion, so my turn. What's been said tonight is, it's been important, and I agree with it, what's been stated. And I think, to add to that, Newington as a community is very, very diverse, and we've talked about that, but there's a tremendous community of LGBTQ+ in our town. And they're neighbors, they're friends, they're everywhere. And they're Democrats, they're Republicans, it's across the spectrum. These are people in our community who have had hard-won to get to where they're at. And I think we have a responsibility as a community to acknowledge those members. And I think acknowledging Pride Month and raising the flag is, I think, the least we can do. And I think would be a great start in terms of something we can build on. Because I think, one of the other things is, a lot of our surrounding towns, they have these big Pride events, and it looks like a lot of fun, and be something fun we could have in Newington too. So I think there's a lot to build upon and grow from. So I think this is I'm glad that we're talking about this tonight, and I hope we can get something done in advance of June 1st. So leave with that tonight. Any other comments on this issue? Seeing none, we will move along to agenda item 12, written oral communications from town manager and other town agencies and officials.
I'm happy to answer any questions about, you might have about anything, but given the late hour, I'm also happy to defer my report to the next meeting. I don't have anything over
But I
the
have some questions about the EOC.
I'm fine with, foregoing that to the next meeting. Very good. Item 13, council liaison committee reports. Could do that too.
I got something.
Counselor Nagel.
Yes, I will be brief. I know the last time I was brief because we were here for a long period of time. Senior and Disabled Center met. The health district is working with them once again and giving talks and information about vaccines. They're available to seniors. They also continued with not the health district, but the senior center with belly dancing workshops.
Oh,
like that one. AARP has a drivers program for seniors through the senior center, and you can contact the senior center concerning that because I believe it's limited to not certain numbers of people. Coming up this month, they're having a police chat talk, an anxiety program for seniors, which once again, you can contact the senior center about, as well as getting into a book chat group. There were questions about the elderly nutrition program, and we were told an update was going to come concerning that on July 1st. And if I could turn the page, Anna Reynolds is still meeting. And I know at that meeting, Council Rada had suggested that the chairman come and speak to us at some time in the future for an update. So they were still meeting. And the process is moving along. The library board had their meeting last night. Important, their 5K race is this Sunday at 9 in the morning. You can come to watch. It isn't just participate. There are all kinds of events, including a race for those seniors over a certain age. The book sale that the Friends of the Library had recently was quite profitable, over $12,000. A very successful event. The passport program, which I talked about briefly last time, continues where Newington Library, in conjunction with other libraries, has an event where a library participant gets a card and they get to go to different libraries and get it checked off. And if they go to a certain amount, they're also able to possibly win a prize, whatever that may be. There's a seed gardening program is continuing. Once again, you can contact the library about that, as well as their other programs in terms of a live author program classes, which are live, and then they're also online, but then they're also reprogrammed throughout the year, throughout the month. You can't talk directly to the author at that time. The staff is going to have another safety program. And the in-school program for outreach is ongoing to other schools. They're just about done going to all of them. I understand on Talk to the Mayor recently, the assistant librarian was there to talk about the library. Summer reading programs start beginning of June 5th, June 12th, contact the library for the adult and children's one. Facilities report ongoing to come to us concerning the renovation. At this point, they've reached I won't say a stone wall, but a block in terms of their consulting firm is not getting back to them. So that may move forward or not, to be seen to come to the council as was thought. And there are two concert events coming up, one on the 27th with a trio, and one in December. It's November, December. The date will be more particular in the future, with a small group, a singing group called the Sugar Tones. You can contact the library about that for more details. The library renovation committee meeting met, and they now know the vision process that the library is going forth with, and have been informed about the referendum timeline that we all know about for getting a referendum for something to be done. The library renovation committee on a separate date also did a thorough walkthrough of the entire library. Though this is one other little thing that is another a group that is meeting, though it is not one that the council reports to. I should mention the Newington Historical Society is having their annual meeting this Sunday at 2 p.m. and they have a guest speaker. You can contact them about details. Could have done it quicker, I guess.
No, Dave. Thank you, Dave. Councilor Nagle, Councilor Draco.
Yeah, TPZ meeting, 550 Cedar Street, the Dakota, they're seeking certificate of occupancy for 2 of the 3 buildings. And they expect that they'll be able to start accepting residents by late June or early July. The 3rd building actually hasn't, they're moving forward somewhat, but it's been halted a bit because they need additional financing. So we can expect that to be by the end of the summer, at least 2 buildings probably filled. Another thing from the TPZ is there's going to be a community room cafe coffee house, which is coffee, tea, baked goods, and some breakfast choices, which is in the Constitution Park. The Constitution parking lot in the center of town. It's the old Century 21 building, that building that has the ramp there. And there'll also be a meeting room that will be available to the public for special events in the evenings. There also will be open during the nights. They're planning to support events in the downtown area, but most of the operating hours would be from 7 to 3. That's for TPZ. Economic Development had a meeting where they elected their new officers for the coming year. And the president is Dina Rini, as of Mark's Closet fame. And the vice chair is Tiffany Ham-Govia.
Thank you, Councilor Draco. Deputy Mayor Otto.
Yeah, both Councilor Mankey and I attended the Board of Fire Commissioners meeting on the past Thursday, and among other things that they discussed were the number of the incidents on their monthly report. So for April, total of 55 calls, and as I'm looking through this, that does not count mutual aid, and I know that our fire department is being called out to other towns as we call other towns in when it's necessary for mutual aid. Several firefighters have completed trainings, and it's quite impressive, the number of firefighters who are going for one for fire officer 1, for 7 for firefighter 2, and others that are continuing, that it will go on through the next couple of months. And just a note that among some of the drills that are taking place, there is one, it's a multi-company drill, and it's going to be a live burn with companies 1 and 3 at Fire Tower. And that's on Monday, the 20th. And I think several of us from the council are going to be observing. Some may be participating more than other. We'll see what happens. I've been offered or threatened to to go up on the truck, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, a lot of good things being done.
Just I had one last night too, as well.
that's right. Yeah.
And I was there. And
Good.
Yeah. So it's worth going for all of this. Seriously, I learned quite a bit.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Did they make you
Did you
participate?
suit up?
They made me.
Yeah.
I
Maybe now.
operated that $1.8 million ladder, so.
There you go.
And so.
Did you break it?
You break it, you buy it.
No, it's quite an orchestrated dance that they do though, in order, because you look on TV and you just see the people jump out of the truck and run into the building and you think all this happens just organically, but it doesn't. There's an awful lot of planning that goes into it. So we have a incredible volunteer fire department and we are very lucky.
Indeed. Thank you, counselors. All right, moving along to public participation. Anybody in the room or over Zoom that would like to participate in public participation, please come up and state your name and address for the record. You have 4 minutes. On up.
Okay, Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. Do I still have 4 minutes? I'm not good. All right. All right, again, I am not against this. I'm not for it yet, but I'm not against it. I'm not crazy about the location. I'm not crazy about taking nice piece of property in our downtown area off the tax rolls. That being said, now I'd like to know, you said we visited quite a few other sites. I'd like to know what came in second and third. And I'm also asking that, not just because it's in a neighborhood that we're trying to avoid supposedly, but also it appears that the EOC only needs like 5,000 square feet, but we're buying a 12,500 square foot property. So maybe it really could go somewhere else. Yes, it's not going to expand the campus footprint so nicely like everybody's dying to do, but it might be saving us money in the long run and keeping taxable dollars on the table as the town grows and hopefully our retail establishments grows along with it. Also, what was mentioned was required EOC staffing. So now I'm thinking into the future because we still don't have a good idea of what the final cost of this is going to be. So into the future, how much required staffing do we have to have once we have this building? And then I'm assuming that we need to hire somebody like Mrs. Mazzana or Ms. Mazzana that was here, the young lady that was here before, maybe even exactly her because she seemed kind of dusty, so not real sure. So, what's the staffing going to cost us when we do this? And nobody has offered me any money to be part of a lawsuit, and they never have. I don't know why Scott gets all the offers, but people are messaging me about some other avenues. And I think that's it, except, I'm gotta go. I know it's late, but just briefly, that website, the public doesn't care about what color they are either, just like the head of IT doesn't. We care about ease of use and ease of the search button. It is not there. And I want to be part of the public that's on that committee. All right, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you have two online. We'll go Mr. Greska. Which one is? All right, there you go, Mr. Greskowski, you're up. Sorry.
Yes, Scott Kraskowski, 46 Miami Avenue. I'm going to say something that may be controversial here, so please forgive me, but Pride Month, life is short. Be who you want to be, love who you want to love, love is love. Go celebrate Pride Month and have pride all the time. My big concern is there's no holiday for fat, balding guys like me. That's it on that. But getting into the OFI, first of all, I want to thank Counselor AJ, and sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't know how to pronounce the Greek last name. You don't know how to pronounce Polish last name, so it's okay. Thanks for bringing up all the questions I posted online. And Counselor Plord, thank you for bringing up human services. That one, I volunteered for human services. I haven't done it in a couple of years because of other work commitments, but I volunteered there in the past, and it means a lot to me. And I know the amount of food that was thrown away because the freezers weren't working right and not properly ventilated. And I'm not against this OFI project. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I'd like to see them design it with other departments in mind. I'd like to see, the emergency management portion of it, of course. I'd like to see human services, and then I'd like to see a community room where they have training so that, the Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, Girl Scouts, I don't even know what they're calling them nowadays, can go there if they're having meetings and stuff like that. A community place. We've got plenty of room for it, and that can be used for something else later on. If they're drawing up all these plans and spending all this money, I'd like to see it encompass more than just the emergency management portion of it. Now, as far as it going, saying that it's not going to raise people's taxes, and that it's coming from the general fund, where does the money from the general fund come from? Your taxes. And when that money gets depleted from the general fund, where's the money come from? Again, your taxes. The taxes are going to go up there. You can't keep saying that the taxes are not going to go up, because eventually they are going to go up to refill. It's an unfortunate, you got to pay Peter to Rob Paul, or Rob Paul pay Peter, whatever it is. But that's the fact of the matter. And the other thing I need to ask was, the woman who spoke earlier, who had all the credentials about emergency management, was she working on this project with you? Because I found it kind of strange that you knew how many locations you went to and how long you've been working on it and all this other stuff that was only discussed in executive meetings. That seemed kind of odd to me, and a bunch of people on Facebook, contacted me and asked me if that was a plan. And I'm like, I don't know, but I think it was. Finally, I'd like an opinion, and do I need to contact the town attorney for what do we need to do to bring this possibly to referendum? What kind of petition we need, how many signatures we need? Because right now, as I say, I'm not against it. I love my emergency management people. When this started a couple of years ago with Megan Mankey, when she applied for this, I knew about the thing then, and she did a great job on it, and we got the grant, but something doesn't seem right about $1.88 million to renovate 5,000 square feet. That's just my opinion on it, and I just think we're moving too fast on it, and people should get answers and feel comfortable about it. Because right now it feels like it's being forced upon us, and the way it's going, you're going to do it whether we want it or not. And I think the public should be able to decide that. Anyways, with that, have a good evening. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Scott.
Thank you.
All right, a couple more on Zoom. All right, Ms. Lyons, you go right ahead.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. Scott, if you're still listening, I don't think you need a town attorney's opinion. Just look at section 410 of the charter. In any case, I have had a problem over the years, lots of problems, as you all well know, with the way grants are applied for and how the general public is made aware of them. If this was brought to the town council and approved by the town council, I don't remember it being asked of them. There have maybe been discussions. I have heard rumors, but I wish going forward, when grants are thought of, that they be brought to the town council be told exactly what is being asked for and what is being planned for the money, how much the town is going to have to come up with in matching funds. If this grant goes back to 2021, which I don't doubt it does, and it's taken us this long to get where we are, I know exactly why it's probably happening, just like everything else. All these other grants that we keep getting updated on, we've had such a turnover. You can't blame the staff, because it's just been one town manager after another, town engineers, town planners. I kind of had a chuckle to myself as Lauren was saying that going around asking other towns what they would have done differently with their EOCs, they said that they would have made it larger. I sure do wish that she was sitting by Jeff Barron's side over the 4 years that I sat and I listened to the schemes, the plans for the town hall that everybody knew from day one when they decided on the final plan that there wasn't enough money to provide the space that we needed. Had this grant been acted upon 2 or 3 years ago, you probably still would have needed the same space, because as has been said by others, the day they moved in, Some departments had no space, others had more. Now, I too would love to see the human services go into the building with the emergency operations center. I would not like to see Parks and Rec get any more room than they already have. I know of other departments that are so tightly squeezed into space, it's just ridiculous. And like I say, having sat for 4 years and watched as the Town Hall Reno Committee discussed the wants and the needs, never once did I see a department head other than from Parks and Rec or from the Board of Ed show up and say that their needs were being met. I just want to touch on the fact about the drainage situation. I have for years been begging this council, not this particular council, but any council at budget time to address the drainage needs and the flood control needs along the south branch of the Park River. I'm guessing that these residents were told to come to the town council, and I'm glad that Gail asked that question because it sounds like they went to the town engineer, because I've asked questions about drainage, and apparently some of it's town, some of it's MDC, and some of it's actually the homeowner's responsibility to take care of. And speaking of MDC, I have fielded a few phone calls regarding what they're doing behind my property here on Elton Drive. There's 6 acres that belongs to the state. The rest is all town. I know that they're in there and they're clearing the vegetation and the trees, and it has to be done. But I sure do wish that when they started these projects, instead of just calling the town engineer and telling him where they were going to be working, that they would put some sort of signs up, because I can't tell you how many people have asked me if there's housing going up behind us, not only here, but in any other other areas of the town. Deming Young Farm, I had a call about the work that was being done there. The more the public is informed, the less pushback you get.
You're just over the 4 minutes. You're over the 4-minute timeline if you could wrap it up.
I'm sorry, because I just have to say one other thing. Between trying to listen on Zoom, trying to watch on NCTV, which is 2 minutes behind, now I'm seeing a red bar, but I have to get this in. Something's got to be done. This audio-visual perception of this whole town council meeting and any other meeting, it's worse than it was before COVID. You paid millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars to rush through an audio-visual component in that room, and you guys are still sharing microphones so that when you talked about the drainage, I couldn't hear a word you were saying because you were talking over each other, into each other. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more on Zoom. Phone number ending 566. You are, please state your name and address for the record. You're up.
Yes, good evening. Chris Miner, 119 Revere Drive. Just a couple of comments first and then a few questions. First comment being, living through both the police department referendum failure and then a second referendum with a downsized building, that once again, the day everybody moved in was the day that they outgrow the space, only to be repeated by Town Hall version 1, defeated at referendum, downsized in cost, downsized in size and capacity, to the point where the second referendum passed, the building was constructed. I was on the original building committee as well as the council, only to move into the building and recognize that we couldn't build approximately 5,500, 5,800 square feet over the top of human services. It's my understanding that that steel was constructed to accept a third floor above it, should the opportunity ever present. I'd like to know if that was explored as an opportunity or possibility for the COC. The second being the police department, the way that it's constructed in an L shape. Was there any consideration with taking that building and putting an addition on into the bank in between the upper and lower parking lots? I am not at all opposed to an EOC, nor am I opposed to anybody that doesn't have adequate space. But if we're going to move human services out of their current space, I believe that's relatively close to what's being proposed in moving them into the O5 building. So what I would question is whether or not they're actually gaining space or whether or not you're alleviating space for someone else to assume it in the town hall building. The other question I have is, was there any additional appraisals done on it between 22 and now? Or if we're going on the appraised value from 2022, because our 2021 current tax roll has property assessed at $1.2 million as the appraised value. And I just would like to see if that was up or down, or if there's any need to require an updated appraisal. And the last question that I have is whether or not the town attorney can put in writing his opinion as to whether or not this project is one whole project for $3.6 million, less $1 million grant, putting it at a net estimated cost of $2.6 million. Because I was a town council member that was on the council when we were sued for going over the threshold amount of the referendum. So either the information in the lawsuit, which was never vetted with a judge, was inaccurate, or somebody's opinion of this situation makes a difference. So I would ask that the council get that in writing so there is no question on that. And I believe that's everything I have. I understand that you guys have a very difficult decision to make to try to keep everybody happy and safe, but please don't rush it. Spend the time in the public hearing to get the input from the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else in the room or over Zoom that would like to participate in public participation? Seeing none, we will move on to remarks by counselors. See Counselor Tiniakis, you have your hand up, go ahead.
Thanks everyone who gave us their opinions. I want to address something that was said. I can confidently say that I've never met the lady who had spoke earlier. I'm sure everyone else can agree that we've never seen her. She hasn't been involved in any kind of executive session or anything like that. I appreciate anyone who has knowledge on any kind of topic that we're talking about. But we have no idea who that is, so.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other remarks by counselors? Seeing none, moving on to informational items. The Newington Memorial Day Parade will be the weekend of May 25th. So that's coming right up. Touch off, right? So what's the word? Touch off when you leave or whatever at 10:30 a.m. So I'm looking forward to it. What? Step off. There you go. So late start, whatever. No, it's late. So yeah, so that's at 10:30. It's an amazing parade. We had one of the organizers on Talk to the Mayor last week, and I got confirmation so that it is okay for all the youth sports teams and all the scouts to throw candy. So that is on the menu. So get some candy, but try and divvy it out, not all at the front. That's what I was told. Other than that,
I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, we just.
you guys go right ahead.
I would just comment that for the general public, the parade is cool and it's a great thing and everybody has fun and we throw the candy. I would ask them to throw it on the ground though, not at the people. I did tell somebody got hit in the eye with it and it caused a major problem, but anyway, I digress. The important part I think is the end when they have the necrology where they actually name all those 29 people from town. They name them and they get named where they died and where they're interned and I think that's important that at least once a year, the 29 people from Newington that were lost in any of the wars are their name is brought up and a rose is laid on the memorial to signify that, you know, we still remember those people because those are important. We don't remember the names, but every year we say them out loud in our town, and I think that's important.
Agreed. Right along. We do have an executive session. You have another one?
Somebody brought up the question on executive session.
Are we allowed to do the executive session?
Lauren has a statute. I believe she can
Okay,
explain
I
it.
just
Okay.
would, before we go ahead with it, I think we should.
You want to speak to that?
The statute has a little bit more in it. So items of executive session D, discussion of the selection of a site or lease, the sale or purchase of real estate by a state or political subdivision of the state, when publicly regarding such site, lease, sale, purchase, or construction would adversely impact the price of such site, the lease of such site, the sale, the purchase, or the construction. So it's not just if it would negatively impact the purchase price.
Okay. I just want to be sure, because
Yep.
I somebody brought that up and I don't want to.
All right, Deputy Mayor Rada, would you mind reading the resolution?
Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with CGS Section 1-206B, hereby moves to go into executive session and invites the town council members, the mayor, Attorney David Griffith, Jamie Trevethan, Acting Town Manager, Lauren Rhines, Director of Administrative Services, Joe Salamone, Facilities Director, and DJ Zordan, Emergency Management Director, to discuss the site acquisition of the Emergency Operations Center.
Second. Any discussion?
Just a point of order that both Attorney Griffith and DJ are not attending.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Without you.
Oh, motion carries 8-0 with Councilor Pacheco absent.
We leave this session, right?
Yes, and we are now in executive session.
Bye-bye. See you later.
Our shit, so look bad.
Yeah, look at it.
All right, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
There you go.
All those in favor? Adjourned at 12:03 a.m.
Still on, we're still on.